Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Town of Los Gatos Town Council meeting of May 1st. If I could start off with a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Councilmember Mariko Sayoc.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rob Rennie.
Here. All right, so if at this time I'll ask our pledge leader, Saya, to come up and join me. Saya Sienna Alvarez. So we'll tell everybody a little bit about Saya. So activities, first of all, you're in the 6th grade at Fisher Middle School. Sounds good. You like to compete in gymnastics in an Excel team. I guess that's an advanced team?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been playing the piano since you were 4.5 years old. That's pretty impressive. Can you play Mozart?
I have.
Wow. I like Mozart. That's good. Let's see. It also says you're RJF color guard team in the fall. What is RJF?
Raymond J. Fisher Middle School.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Also, you love dancing, and your favorite subjects are English and math. That's an interesting combination. Usually people like one or the other. You like it all, I think, right? So for community service, you've made food baskets while in the Girl Scouts, and then for local families when you lived in Southern California, I guess that was when you lived in Southern California, right? And then you volunteer for the Special Olympics for the first time later this month. You looking forward?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. You believe everybody should have a chance to compete, so that's great. Okay, so we're ready for the pledge. If we could ask everybody to stand, please, and we'll face the flag, and I'll give you the mic, and go ahead and ask them to join you and start.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so shake Marcia's hand and Steve's, and then come back this way. And then we have a gift for you.
Thank you.
And then Mariko and Barbara. And one more hand for Saya. So next up on our agenda, I have 2 proclamations. First up is Parks and Public Works. I assume Director Morley is going to join me up here. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas National Public Works Week was instituted as a public education campaign by the American Public Works Association in 1960 and calls attention to the importance of public works in community life. Public works services provided in Los Gatos are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, health, safety, and comfort. Los Gatans greatly depend on these facilities and services. This year's theme is the power of public works, gives voice to the impact the many facets of public works have on modern civilization. The town of Los Gatos and the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos urges its citizens to join communities throughout the state and nation in recognizing the substantial contributions that public works professionals make to the communities they serve. Therefore, let it be resolved that I, Rob Rennie, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Los Gatos, do deem it appropriate and do hereby proclaim May 20 to 26, 2018 as National Public Works Week within the town of Los Gatos, and call upon all citizens, civic leaders, and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works and recognizing the contributions which public works professionals make every day to ensure our health, safety, and comfort and quality of life. So thank you to our public works workers and our director. Do you have a few words? Do we have an open house coming, or did it?
We have an open house coming the week of between the 20th and 26th, Public Works Week on the Wednesday of that week.
Okay, great. So everybody can come down and see what goes on there. All right. Pictures, I guess. Okay, so next up, we have a proclamation for the office of the clerk. Our clerkness will join us. So the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of Los Gatos government, exists throughout the world. The office of the municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants. The office of the municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. Municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality, impartiality, rendering equal service to all. The municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. Municipal clerks continue to strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Therefore, let it be resolved, I, Rob Rennie, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Los Gatos, do deem it appropriate, do hereby proclaim May 6 to May 12, 2018, as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our clerk department and all municipal clerks for their vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to communities they serve. And so I guess I should introduce our clerks, Shelley Niss and Shannon Lombardo from the clerk's office. So next up, we do a commission appointments. I'll turn that over to our clerk department.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In front of you are the worksheets for each commission with all the applicants for that commission in the order the interviews were held. The voting process will be done by ballot. Ballots will be distributed after right now. The number of votes available per council member for each board, commission, and committee is indicated on the ballot. Please indicate your choice by either an X or a check mark next to the candidate's name. Once you've completed voting, your ballots will be collected and tallied, and the results will be read aloud. In order for a candidate to be appointed, a majority vote, 3 or more, must occur. In the event a majority vote does not occur, then we have a process for that. So if you will go ahead and place your votes now, please.
And I guess we should add, I think we didn't mention it, that we interviewed everybody that is being considered before the council meeting started this evening.
So Mayor, if we could have a 5 to 10 minute break while we tally these.
So then we can go ahead with council matters. So we'll start with council members. If council member Spector is ready.
I am. Since our last council meeting 2 weeks ago, I have had meetings in town with members of our residential community, business community, and development community. Thank you.
Councilmember Sack.
Yes. Similar to Councilmember Spector, several community meetings. I believe all of the council members were at our Spring into Green event where we heard our state of the town. And in addition to that, the League of California Cities held a fundraiser at our Campo de Bocce last Thursday.
Thank you. And I've also had lots of meetings with the community in the last 2 weeks. In addition, on 4/19, the policy committee met. Also that same day, I attended the VTA's congestion management subcommittee of the VTA board. I'm the alternate, and the primary couldn't make it. On 421, I also did something we call Lighting for Literacy, and I mention this because I was asked to help teach these kids how to build these lighting units that we send off to places that don't have electricity. And I was asked to talk about engineering, but they kept asking me what it's like to be mayor. I think they wanted to learn to be mayor instead of learn to build engineering units, but that was interesting. Also on 425, I attended the West Valley Mayor's meeting that we have monthly, and the major topic there was discussions about gun buybacks and how we might be able to finance something like that in the West Valley. On 427, I attended our Arbor Day planting, and today I also attended the Bear Creek Redwoods groundbreaking, where I got to make some remarks and do some of the gold shoveling of the dirt. Bear Creek, they're opening up, they're starting to build a parking lot not very far up Bear Creek, and they're working on trails from there. So lots more fun in our backyard coming with that. Thank you. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Since our last meeting, I also attended the Spring into Green, and I also met with various groups of residents from the community on their issues.
Thank you. Councilmember Jensen.
Along with the mayor, I attended the policy committee meeting and have had several meetings with members of the community about items on tonight's agenda.
Thank you. Town manager matters.
Thank you. Just a reminder that Youth Commission recruitment is continuing, and it will close this Friday, next Friday, May 4th. This Friday, May 4th. And then I'd like to introduce our library director, Ryan Baker, who will tell us about the historical resources at our library.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. You probably already know about that the library holds the town's historical archives, which include extensive records on hundreds of historical homes, 100 years of death and funeral records, hundreds of files on historic Los Gatos residents and families, 140 years of Los Gatos newspapers, 400 volumes of historical titles, and thousands of other documents, photographs, and ephemera. However, navigating all this can be both intimidating and overwhelming for the general public. What many people do not know is that the library has a trained and dedicated team of history volunteers that are available to personally assist members of the public with historical research. Every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock p.m., our history volunteers assist with archival research on everything from genealogy and compiling family stories to researching historic aspects of homes and neighborhoods. Our history volunteers work under the direction of librarian Grace Song, who oversees the history room and the archives. Our volunteers are ready to assist on research projects that can last anywhere from as short as an hour to something that involves multiple days. Appointments are not necessary. However, if you contact the library ahead of time with the details of your research, our history volunteers can get a head start on pulling documents and files for you. For those that would rather do research on their own at home, the library hosts the website History Los Gatos, which contains hundreds of digitized photographs and documents that can be browsed and freely downloaded as low-resolution files. That site can be found at www.historylosgatos.org. We look forward to all inquiries from the public about historical research as it pertains to the archives that we have. And up here we have the contact information for our archival librarian, Grace Song, as well as the link, the address there for our History Los Gatos website.
All right, thank you. So we'll go back to the clerks. Are we ready?
Thank you. So for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, there are no appointments. The applicant did not interview. For Community and Senior Services, there were no applications. For the Library Board, there were 2 openings and 2 applicants. Both were voted unanimously for Sabia Chunawala and Trish Goldfarb. For the Parks Commission, there was 1 opening and 2 applicants. Chris Mullen is appointed with 3 votes from Councilmember Sayak, Vice Mayor Leonardis, and Councilmember Jensen, with Councilmember Spector and Mayor Rennie voting for Childs. There were no applications for the Personnel Board with 1 opening, and for the Transportation and Parking Commission, there was 1 opening with 1 applicant. Megan Crummett was voted unanimously. At this time, the clerk would recommend that council direct the clerk to re-advertise the opening for the Community and Senior Services Commission. They have 3 openings at that time with the General Plan Advisory Committee recruitment.
Okay, do we need a motion and a vote for that?
No, just that if there's any opposition to that.
Okay,
then-
anybody opposed? Seeing none, please do that. All right, so next up is our consent calendar. We have a consent calendar consisting of 11 items. Would any member of council wish to pull an item from our consent calendar? Seeing none, would any member of the public wish to pull an item from our consent calendar? And I assume clerks have no cards on this? Seeing nobody coming forward, then I will come back to council for a motion. Councilmember Jensen.
Move approval of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 11.
Okay, I have a second from Councilmember Syak. Any recusals or abstentions or no votes? Councilmember Spector.
How about a no vote on 9? Other than that, I'm going to be supporting the motion.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and call the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So they all pass unanimously with the exception number 9 with Councilmember Spector voting no. Okay, so next up is verbal communications. And so verbal communications is an opportunity for members of the public to take 3 minutes to comment on something that's not on our agenda today, or a public closed hearing that's already been closed. So I have first up Jack Finneda.
Good evening. As all council members and staff know, Los Gatos, along with the vast majority of other cities in the state of California, have a crushing pension debt now and increasing in the future. What a crushing pension debt means to the citizens behind me could be reduced services, deteriorating roads, and additional taxes. When looking further, I found another way to help pay down debt by eliminating an extraordinarily high benefit paid to city employees. I say extraordinary because I, along with all other taxpayers in this town, have to pay this debt, and I feel no responsibility for it. I do not think that I, nor my children, nor my grandchildren should have to pay this debt through any means of taxation if there is a better way to pay it down. In 2007, the council passed a resolution to raise the benefit vesting period from 5 to 15 years. That failed after having passed the council. I would like to now propose that the town do an immediate review of the employee vesting period. Currently, an employee only needs to be employed by the town of Los Gatos for 5 years and then can retire at age 50 to receive lifetime benefits that can exceed $400,000. Our pension benefits are well out of hand. By implementing California's Section 22893, a suggested solution to pension debt that I sent each of you, it requires 10 years of service to get 50% of the benefits and 20 years to get the full 100%. This is more in line with prudent business practices. The purpose of changing the vesting period now is no different than it was in 2007, except that our pension benefits have increased by a huge amount and will accelerate in the future. As an almost worst-case example, a council person who begins their term at age 45 could serve 4 years, get reelected for another term, quit after the first year of that second term, and with a spouse and kids collect over $400,000 at my expense. Holding another election for a council person could cost the town an additional $80,000. That's approximate. And we would have no way to stop that. We would have to pay for that person quitting. The retiring at age 50 is probably the worst case scenario. It can happen. Though I have total faith in our current council, 40% of them could retire after 5 years with full medical benefits. This would be a worst case use of taxpayer dollars. We need people who are in it for the long term and totally committed. please consider changing the Los Gatos retirement benefits to match those of Palo Alto or Piedmont, California in time for these latest negotiations. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if there's any questions for Mr. Van Naden. I see Councilmember Spector.
What do those last two cities have as their vesting period?
They have the section 22,893, so 50% at 10 years, 100% at 20 years.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Van Naden. So next up, I have Andrew Spiker.
Hello, thank you for your time today.
Could you get a little closer to the mic so that those at home can enjoy also?
Thank you for the time today. I just want to give you guys an update. We were here in October about the office complex that was approved on Winchester Boulevard. I came and talked about the availability and what office seems to be available around the community. We have since October seen a sign on the property that has been, that they're looking for a tenant. And now our property and our residential border looks like, let me do that. It now has, sorry. It now has gates at all the entrances. The buildings have been boarded up. We have 4 or 5 illegal squatters on the property. I actually want to thank Joel and Alan from the town. They've helped us address this, so thank you from the town's perspective. But I really just wanted to key in on the fact that I talked about how there's available office space, and this plan has now been approved, and it doesn't seem like, as far as we know, that there is any site of someone leasing and an actual property being developed. So it's really kind of impacted our lifestyle as neighbors, where now we have encampments beside our houses. Thank you.
See if you have any questions. I don't see any. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Next up, I have Jen Kramer.
Hello. Thank you for your time. I'm going to put this up. I have 3 young kids, and they've been in here to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I've brought them with me. We walk every day from the downtown area to Van Meter, and so I'm here today to represent sort of the children of our town who walk, whether it be to Van Meter, to Fisher, to the high school, the other direction. It's important that we have kids walking and biking to school. It certainly eliminates some of the traffic going. But on a daily basis almost, I see serious safety issues, and I've highlighted about 4 of those on here. And I have raised this to the mayor's attention and to Matt Morley and to the police department. But I just wanted to bring it to council as well to talk about that a little bit, because it's really important. I mean, I can't tell you how many times inches has been the space between myself in a car or my child who's 5, 8, or 11 coming. And I just would like to say that as the town thinks about safety, and I know there's the Safe Routes school interface that's awesome because it's a very multidisciplinary approach to safety. But we really need to continue to think about these kiddos who are walking to school and really give them some space. And I think just creating a culture of that safety and just care in our community. I think Los Gatos has that sentiment. But as you see these little kids between 7:45 and 8:10, this little window in the morning, just asking people to slow down. If there are other things we can do, I've had extensive talks with Sergeant Calippo, who's our interface with the school. He's been awesome showing up at some of these points. Officer Mario on his motorcycle. But again, just having people pulled over, that's one thing. But just if we can somehow engender a spirit of just looking out for these little people. They're 5 years old, walking to school, up through high school kids who are obviously on their own. But it's just, for whatever it's worth, as you guys think about further planning things and aspects of safety along Los Gatos Boulevard, because it's a major thoroughfare for all these kids coming and going. I mean, I've seen kids get hit on their bicycles. Literally, it's crushing when you hear that. I've had to pull kids off of the road on trash day. You'll see trash cans along the way. They fall. Nobody stops on Los Gatos Boulevard for them to pause and, get themselves out of the way. So it's just, I don't know how we do that, but just wanted to say that to council and say that any way we can engender a good community spirit in that regard, in the morning at 8, around the 8 o'clock hour, and at 3, or 2:30 or 3, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. I don't see any. I'll ask one.
Yeah.
You are aware we have Safe Routes to School improvements planned, and you've given inputs into that process and everything?
Yes, and I just wanted to bring this to council because I think there can be even more done in that regard. So, but I appreciate Safe Routes. I think it's a good program.
Looks like Vice Mayor Leonardis has a question.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Just a comment, if staff could follow up with the speaker and make sure these areas are looked at by our police department or our public works department to see if anything can be done. Thank you.
In the month of, just if I can respond, in the about a month that I've been working on this and reaching out with the police department, they have been super responsive and showing up at that specific corner right by school, which again is super appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for bringing this to everybody's attention. So next up, I have Maria Risto.
Well, that was an interesting segue. Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. I just wanted to remind people or announce for the first time that May is Bike Month, and we've got a few events, but on May 10th, it's Bay Area Bike to Work Day. And so there's two messages here. I'd like to encourage anybody who already bikes to work to keep it up, maybe invite a buddy to come along, give it a try. People who don't bike to work and could, try it on the 10th. Try and make a habit of it. But the larger message then would be to everybody in those giant metal cages. Look out for the people that are walking and biking. Encourage people who are walking and biking because you know what? If you slow down for a few minutes and let somebody get by on their bike or they're in a crosswalk, you will still get there faster than if every single person who is biking or walking were in a car. So let's all accommodate each other. In terms of Bike to Work Day, Los Gatos is going to have an Energizer station. So the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition has a whole setup where there's Energizer stations across the valley. You can look on their website and find out where they are. But if you are biking that day with your kids or on your own, across the street, on Blossom Hill Road, across the street from the entrance to Vasona Park, from 7:30 to 10:30 in the morning, there's going to be signs pointing people there. There's going to be coffee, iced tea, water, snacks to hand out, and there's going to be Bike to Work Day bags with swag. We'll also be enrolling people as members of the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition. The membership is normally $35 a year. It's $25 on that day. It's a great deal. This is a group that works on getting infrastructure, laws, and encouragement to help get more butts on bikes, which is possibly the best way to increase your health, decrease congestion, decrease pollution, and get us all places we need to get. So the other additional thing that I don't have a sign for is May 9th is Bike to School Day in Los Gatos. And Safe Routes to School will be hosting a variety of events at the schools to encourage children and all the students. And at the high school, there will be Bike to Breakfast Day. So students biking to school at the high school will get donuts, hot chocolate. We'll have all kinds of fun things to reward those students for burning those extra calories and staying out of cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Risto? Seeing none, thank you for the infomercial. All right, I have no more cards for verbal comment on items not on the agenda tonight. Would anybody else wish to turn in a card? Seeing none, I will close the verbal comment. It looks like our planner, Ms. Armour, is ready to go. So we will start off with agenda item number 12, which includes lots of things: architecture and site, conditional use permit, environmental impact, report approval for an Alberto Way office building project. This is a appeal of a planning commission denial, and this is a continuation meeting from a previous meeting where we closed the public hearing. So I'll let Ms. Armour add anything to that and give us a summary.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The mayor's actually taken most of my presentation already for me here, but I will add that on April 3rd, you started your deliberations, continued the item with direction to staff to review the 70,000 square foot and 64,000 square foot concepts with respect to visibility impacts on the northern side of the project. The motion specifically stated that the verbal testimony portion of the hearing would not be reopened. This evening, we have asked the consultants hired by the town for this project to attend to answer any technical questions you may still have on the project. So in addition to planning and public works staff, we also have Amec Foster Wheeler, the town's geotechnical consultant, and TJKM, the town's traffic consultant, available. And this concludes the staff's presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, so we don't have verbal communication, so council can start asking questions or making comments. Would anybody like to start off? Vice Mayor Leonardis, we'll let him go first.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So I've been thinking about this a lot, and the appeal is based on whether the Planning Commission erred or abused. And I think what the Planning Commission does or did was listen to the public, the many voices of the public, who many of you are here this evening. So thank you for coming back again. I thought about, I read the correspondence in the council, the staff report, and there was some correspondence from the project applicant about financial feasibility, and if it were 64,000 square feet, it would cost them $5 million, and then therefore the project wouldn't be financially feasible. However, I'm not basing any kind of decision on that because I don't know if the building is worth 60 million, 70 million, 55 million, or whatever. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that the public can live with the size of the building and the shape of the building in their neighborhood. I do understand and appreciate economic investment, and I do understand that it's important to have a vibrant economy in your town and a job base and all those things. But I find it difficult to believe that a building will not pencil out at 70,000 square feet versus 64,000 versus some other number. So I'm struggling with that, and the conclusion I came to is, why don't we just make it 67,000 square feet? And that's about all I have to say. So if I was going to make a motion to move this thing forward, I would say make it 67,000 square feet. And I'd be interested in hearing what my other council members have to say about that.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. I assume that wasn't a motion yet. You're waiting to hear more.
I know there will be more feedback on other aspects of the project, but I would move that we would move forward with making the building 67,000 square feet in the interest of the public as well as the applicant, as opposed to sending this back to Planning Commission for another go-round. But I know there will be other feedback on building designs and elements, possibly from this council, but that would be my motion, to design a building that's 67,000 square feet.
Okay, so I'll call that a motion. Would anybody like to second? Okay, sounds like that motion fails for lack of second at this time. That doesn't mean you can't bring it back later. Go ahead, Councilmember Sack.
Okay, I have some questions of staff, and it's going to be very process-oriented. So this is not a judgment on whether or not the Planning Commission erred. I think the last instruction that was given to staff was to look at the view shed and determine, based on what the applicant provided, which is what is in front of us at 70,000, the instruction that at least I interpreted was, can staff provide their analysis of the view shed at a 70,000 square foot design, which is in front of us, versus a 64,000 that has been proposed by the neighbors, And what, so that, my first question is if you could walk through what that process was like, how you did that analysis, and then I have some follow-up questions to that based on your response. So.
Thank you. So the staff took a look at the different proposals that have been provided to Planning Commission and Town Council over the life of this process. And we took a look at the difference specifically between the 74,000 square foot building and the 70,000 square foot building. And the fact that because of the length of the building and where that square footage was being removed, that resulted in an additional 16 feet of width of the setback from the property line. And so it was widening that view corridor along the northern property line. And so based on that ratio, the 16 feet for that square footage of reduction, we then took that a step further to calculate what the setback would be for the 64,000 square foot parcel or building. And so basically, if you think of how long the building wall is along that northernmost side, it's approximately 133 feet. It's 2 stories. So every time you add an additional foot of setback, you're removing 266 square feet from the building. And so we just used that for all of the different buildings that were being discussed in terms of being able to provide the width of that view corridor in relation to the visual simulations that you already had before you and the photos.
Go ahead.
So then a follow-up. So if I'm looking at what was provided, and it's a diagram, and that's at 70,000, and I believe that's at that gives us a 72-foot corridor.
Correct.
I want to make sure I understand the math. If you were, for each foot you add to widen that corridor, you're looking at about 600, another 1,000 square foot removal.
It's actually 266.
Okay.
Removal. I will add that this is the distance between the building and the property line. There is additional setback from the property line to the adjacent building.
And so the 72 that we're talking about, that's to the property line, or is that to the adjacent building?
From the property line to the proposed building.
Okay. Okay, so that was my first question. The second question is several. One is in the letters that have been submitted to us, there's been some discussion on where exactly are we determining that view shed, right? Whether it's coming from a neighbor's lawn that's private property versus on the sidewalk. So in your analysis, can you clarify when you are looking at that view corridor, where are you standing so that we have a better understanding of how you're determining that?
So staff analysis, since we don't have the capability to provide visual simulations that would give a particular perspective, really just looks at the width of the space from the property line to the building. And as that building gets reduced in size or increased in size, how does that space change? The requirement that the building have story poles installed gives you a sense as you visit the site of what that looks like from different perspectives. And we do have photos in the record of some of those different sizes. Staff's hope is that looking at those photos, your experience of the site, combined with these relative numbers, can give you a sense of what those different buildings might result, what kind of view corridor might result.
Okay, and so the question that I'm asking you though is, were you looking at this view corridor from several of those sites, or was there one particular platform area, standing area, that helped you make your own determination?
In terms of having a consistent comparison, what I was looking at was the space between the building and the property line. So in one way, it is as if you were standing across the street and you were looking down that alley between the two, since the property line and the building are parallel. And so you would be looking down kind of in line with the edge of the building, in line with the property line.
Okay.
Are you finished? So I'll go ahead and follow up with some questions. Thank you for getting us started, Councilmember Sack. So on page 2 of the staff report, this time staff report, you have the different setbacks of different sizes, and you've kind of been talking about that. On the existing buildings, it says that the setback is 77 feet. Now, I noticed on the existing buildings there's a walkway with a cover. So is the setback to the edge of the walkway with the eave that comes out, or is it to the building itself?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can take a look at the plan, see if I can find that.
Okay. Does anybody, well, Councilmember Jensen?
To follow up on Councilwoman Sayak's questions. So we actually have a rendering and a proposal for a 70,000 square foot building where we see where it's been reduced from the prior proposal. We don't have that for a 64,000 square foot building, so staff is making assumptions about where that might be reduced, but we don't know that, correct?
Correct.
So if we said 64,000 square feet, that doesn't mean it's coming off a setback or doing a view shed, whatever it's doing. It just means the box is going to be this size and they can put the box wherever they want.
The council, if they wish to reduce the size of the building and have that removed from a certain portion of the building, that could be part of a motion.
Okay, thanks.
So I do have another question while you're looking. I don't know how well she can multitask.
Go ahead.
So when there's a little bit of opinion here. When I look at some of the pictures that were taken, I can see how much, I look at the contour of the ridge line behind that's part of the view, and I see, I'm just explaining up to my question. So I see, so basically the top, it comes down a little, then a hump, goes down a little, and it comes up a little bit more, and then goes down. My question is, the applicant sent us a letter of their simulation in attachment 30 on page 4, I think it is, that I think we've been referring to. When I look at that picture, the simulation, I see all of the contour that is showing in this picture here. So I conclude, and the thing is, this picture's also got other trees and things in the way. I conclude that we're equal to the picture, but the real question is, how much do I trust the simulation? Is it placed exactly right?
And what I would recommend is taking a look at the visual simulations that have been prepared previously and the story pole photos to get that relationship. We don't have story poles for this 70,000 square foot because that is just conceptual to give you a bit of sense in this shorter timeline. But I believe those are drawn from the same perspective as the previous simulations had been prepared.
Okay, thank you.
In addition to your earlier question, I believe the setback is to the wall of the building.
So then it's less to the edge of the eaves then?
Correct.
Do we know how many feet that is?
We do not.
3, 4, 5, something like that?
Probably around 5 feet, but we do not know.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Is that 67,000 square foot building looking any better at this point? If you take the 64 and the 70, and you add it together and you divide it by 2, it should be about 67,000. It's very unscientific.
So, Councilmember Sack. I was just going to conclude, if I trust the simulation and I look at the picture, I believe the 70,000 square foot gives us the same view. I think we've accomplished what I asked for, and I think Councilmember Sack also asked for the same thing. If I then look at the setback numbers on page 2, it says existing building is 77. If we decide the walkway is 5, then the real setback to the edge of the eaves that weren't counted is about 72, and that's what we get on the 70,000 square foot option, 72. And so it feels to me like we've achieved what's currently of the view on this portion of our consideration. So go ahead, or anybody else. Councilmember Jensen.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in with comments. It strikes me that the 70,000 square foot building is a reasonable compromise. That it's come down from 93,000 square feet. I supported it when it was 93,000 square feet because there is an existing office building on this lot. It's zoned commercial highway. There is a hotel across the street, a dialysis center across the street, another hotel across the street. So if I try to define neighborhood, the first thing I would do is define it by zone. It's defined by commercial highway. I forgot Highway 9 and the freeway. So I define it by its zone and by its similar properties and by the fact that it does meet with our objective standards in all of our various zoning regulations, guidelines, etc. I understand why people don't want to see something new, but when you replace an office with an office or a house with a house, you really aren't violating a principle of zoning or planning. So once we've gone through all of these meetings, to me, the 70,000 square foot reduction is a reasonable compromise, and if there was a motion to accept that, I would be supporting it.
Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Just try to break up the awkward silence here. There's more to it than the view corridors. And, there was significant testimony from the public about the traffic, about the quality of life, about, a lot of things. There was photos with trucks parked and safety issues. So, yes, we can look at numbers and we can look at reports and we could look at whether things pencil out or not. But I think it's important to find something that the public can accept through this process. 70,000 seems like a reasonable compromise. But I think when you look at it in terms of 93,000, I don't think that was ever something that could be done. So I'm still looking for a number that the people can live with, because they're the ones who have to live with this every single day, and they have to live with the traffic going in and out of their street. I do respect the fact that in the last 10 years, the hotel has been upgraded, the restaurant has been upgraded, and inevitably, probably every building on Alberta Way will be upgraded. But that doesn't negate the fact that there are people who live in that neighborhood who have to go in and out of there numerous times a day, and they're going to be competing with the significant traffic increase that will be going in and out of there. So I want to consider all variables, not just the view shed, which is important, but all the variables or all the aspects that the public brought forward through all of their testimony, through Planning Commission, through all the council meetings as well. So I'm not set on 70,000.
I'll comment a little bit. Haven't been seconding your motions because I'm hesitant to go below 70,000. There was analysis in here by the developer. Sometimes people are hesitant to trust the developer, but my feel is that he's more or less telling the truth. If we start going down anymore, we've hit the point where we're cutting into bone, I think, on his economic viability of this project, because now he's like, okay, I can remove some, but I'm going to take out some of the quality design features. When I look at page 6 of his report, it shows nice brick and stonework in the front of the building for the parking lot and so forth. So he's saying that he's going to have to remove that. I know some people don't want the project be approved based on the shuttle, but that's another thing that does cost money. That would be removed. So I feel like we've squeezed to the point that we're now starting to affect the quality of the design and the project. So that's why I'm really hesitant to drop it below 70. From here, I think we start to lose things, not gain things. Vice Mayor Leonardis again.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to things like the shuttle and the dog park and other items that were proposed, which were nice amenities for the community, those items I feel like are not what we should base the decision on, in the sense where, this is really the neighborhood. This is the people in the neighborhood. Do they really want the shuttle? Yes, some of them have used it, but is that the only, or is that such an important factor compared to, say, the size of the building, which would reduce their quality of life more than the shuttle would enhance their quality of life? So I try to weigh those variables. And again, I picked the number 67. We're talking 3,000 square feet. If the public says 64,000 and the developer says 70,000, it's 3,000 square feet in an office building that's like, I don't know, somewhere between $50 and $80 million. Is it really going to affect someone's economics? Again, I'm not voting based on the shuttle. I do appreciate all the letters I receive from downtown business owners, but that's not going to solve our parking problem downtown. So I don't want to base my decision on that. I would rather base it on the testimony that the neighbors brought forward, the neighborhood.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is awkward sitting up here and all of us being quiet, so let's see what we can do. First of all, I'm looking at page 2 of tonight's staff report, and it says that for an 80-foot setback, the building would be 67,870 square feet. And for a 72-foot setback, the building would be 70,000 square feet. As the Vice Mayor mentioned, when we talk with the developer, when we talk with people in the community, issues come up like developer says if we don't get X number of square feet, we won't meet our ROI, return on investment. We talk to the neighborhood and they say, if you allow that big office building and all of its traffic to be constructed, we are going to lose value in our home and in our quality of life. And all of those things may be true, but what I look at when I'm trying to make these decisions, and they are hard decisions, is I look at our ordinances, our general plan, our policies, and our guidelines. And so with that in mind, and also I do look at, is there any magic number? Is 64,000 or 67,870 square feet or 70,000 square feet a magic number when it comes to our decision? No, neither of those is a magic number. 56,600 isn't a magic number. And I realize that nothing that we do tonight, I don't know what motion will be made and will be seconded and be approved, but I can guarantee you that no matter what it is, there are going to be people up here on the dais and people out there in the community who are not going to be happy with the decision. So with that in mind, I'm going to not gonna try for a motion, I'm gonna make a motion, see if I get a second. I'm going to move that we approve this project pursuant to attachment 33 in our staff report. I'm gonna base that decision on new information, 29-2300 subsection 2, not on an error on the part of the Planning Commission, that even though there was new information, I am not moving to send this back to the Planning Commission, which we don't have to do, and so in my motion, I am choosing not to do that. I am adding to attachment 33 that any trees that are included in this project, this development, shall not interfere with the views of the hillsides as measured, or as measured, yes, from the east side of the sidewalk on Alberta Way. On condition number 16, I'm going to change the construction, which I was really surprised to see on this one and other projects, that we are just basically saying most of the day, every day. So I'm changing 16 construction to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. And I am proposing, my motion proposes that the building be no larger than 69,000 square feet as measured from the north boundary line, and that the setback shall be 75 feet as measured from the north boundary line. And that's my motion.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Jensen?
Second.
So the one thing in my mind that I'm trying to figure out is the adjustment in the setback, does that match the reduction in square feet? Could staff comment on that? I know you answered a question to that earlier. I think we removed 1,000 square feet. Did that equal 3 feet of setback change?
It's approximately 3 feet. I think it's a little bit more than 3 feet, maybe 3.5.
Okay, so the motion works mechanically. All right, thank you. So I had a motion and a second. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Would the maker of the motion consider on page 2 of the staff report making the setback 80 feet and the square footage 67,870?
Okay, I see no more hands. Councilmember Sack?
So I'm not going to comment on the requested motion. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I will be supporting the motion. And I feel that because this has come forward and so many of you have shared your comments and your letters and have spoken to us, that it behooves all of us to explain the rationale behind it. And I do see the sign that says deny. But as a lot of my colleagues have explained, there are a variety of factors that lead into this decision. And one of the things that I think has been said in the past, but lost tonight, is that there's also a sense of fairness that we have to endure through a process. There are objective criteria that we looked at, that the applicant has met, and then within that objective criteria of the setback, of the floor area, there's the subjective parts that we try to massage together so that we can look to a compromise that tries to alleviate the pressures that such a development brings to the neighborhood, but still allows a project to move forward in a manner that works for them, works in a manner that provides the safety that we need for the neighborhood, and works in a manner that helps the town achieve its overall town objectives. And while it's disappointing for the neighbors that want a denial, I really do think that we have massaged this project to a point where we have reached the best solution that we can possibly reach. I'm very confident that with the construction management in place, there will be safety procedures so that as this moves forward, the developments around the surrounding neighborhood will be protected, so that if there is any concern with the geotechnical that has been raised, those will be alleviated. Our staff is well aware of what they have to do. I'm also confident that with the flaggers in place and the construction process, that if there are safety issues that come forward, an emergency, that system is in place. And yes, there are disturbances that happen with construction management, but those disturbances were going to happen whether they were at 30,000 or now we're at a 69-ish thousand. And so I know there's disappointment, but I think it behooves all of us to explain why the rationale for this decision. And I truly do feel that tonight, after several meetings and several public comments, we've really reached the best compromise that I believe is allowable for that site.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? So I will call the question. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed?
No.
It looks like it passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Leonardis opposed. So we'll close this item. I'll give a couple minutes in case people want to clear the room. I can take out most of my bag and leave it here.
Or with it. He's right. She's right.
Okay.
Mayor, we do have some follow-up on this project, though, and that would be the EIR. There was nothing in the
Okay.
motion that certified the EIR, so there is a follow-up motion that we still have to do.
All right, thank you for that. Would somebody wish to make that motion to certify the EIR? Councilmember Jensen?
I move that we certify the EIR that was prepared for this project. I don't know that I have to make any findings other than to say that.
That's fine.
That it is complete and has been reviewed as it's supposed to be
Should have been.
reviewed under law.
Let's see.
The town attorney is checking whether we need findings.
Let me check real quick. It might be in the resolution that was approved, but I'm checking that actual resolution.
Councilmember Spector?
Yes, my motion was based on and incorporated the attachment 33. So I was thinking that would have the EIR, but I'm not positive.
We're still clearing the room, so there's time to...
No, I don't see it.
I don't see the EIR in attachment 33.
It's part of the findings that are attached in Exhibit A of the resolution that was approved. So the EIR was approved with that motion, so there's no need for another motion.
Okay, well, you're the one that brought it up, so I guess you're recanting.
I'm recanting.
I thought that exhibit was telling us what we needed to do, not providing those findings. But if you tell me otherwise.
Let's for clarification purposes then put the motion on the record that you're incorporating the findings and certifying the EIR that's in Exhibit A of the resolution.
With Councilmember Jensen's motion, and I'll go ahead and second that motion. Anybody else wish to comment on it? And I don't, so I will go ahead and call the question then on the second motion. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed?
No.
Let's say it passes 4-1. Vice Mayor Leonardis opposed. Are we cleaned up? Finished with this one? So we will close agenda item number 12 and open up agenda item number 13, which is a review of two potential projects, directions for Ditto's Lane. And I guess we're turning it over to our Assistant Town Manager, Arn Andrews. Not sure your mic's on.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. The item before you now is a continuation of a conversation that occurred on February 6th. During that council session, this body deliberated 5 proposals that were submitted for 20 Dittos Lane, and at the conclusion of your discussions, you gave staff the direction to move forward with facilitating Habitat for Humanity and facilitating support for teacher housing proposals. During the discussion on February 6th, there were a multitude of areas of challenges that are just unique to the nature of 20 Dittos Lane and the property. And so staff has been spending time since February 6th with both parties to help them identify the challenges and also see what they perceive their resolutions to be. The staff memo incorporates all the materials we've received to date from both parties, support for teacher housing and Habitat for Humanity. And with that, we're available for questions. I believe both parties are also in the audience and intend to speak during verbal communications.
Okay, questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Jensen.
I think this is a question for Mr. Schultz. We have letters from Los Gatos Union School District and the high school with respect to the teacher housing proposal. Both of those letters say that they're interested in, quote, exploring, unquote, the idea. Given the Teacher Housing Act that would have to come into play if we were to go forward with the teacher housing, is a declaration of being interested in exploring enough for the council to go forward with any kind of action on that proposal?
So tonight's your first step, and what we're really requesting you to do is to pick a project that you believe meets our goals for this property and policies that we've developed, and move forward with an exclusive negotiating contract. If that happens to be the teacher project, then we would have to explore that in much more detail with the school district on how we can comply with the Teachers Act. Outside counsel that specializes in this type of project is available, but that's the first step. So initially, no, we don't have enough just because they've said that they want to explore it. They would have to be an integral part with many agreements that would need to be accomplished that have not been done at this point. But the big purpose for tonight is really to get into that, for you to pick which one of these two you'd like to enter into an exclusive negotiation, and then begin that process not only with, if it was the teachers, not only with the school district, but also with the applicant.
So thank you. Our action tonight is to choose something that we'd like to pursue with further negotiation and whatever legal steps need to take place for that to happen. If they don't, then
Exactly. And it may be you could pick the school district and the teachers program, and after meeting with the school district, we might have to come back to you and say it's just not a viable option based on what we've now learned from the school district.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get the same answer from the town attorney, but I also saw difficulties in the letters from the easement holders, so or at least one of them. So I am assuming that if we choose the teacher proposal to go forward, that would be an example of another issue that would have to be finalized, firmed up.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, no more questions at this time. Then I will go ahead and open the public testimony. So we have quite a few cards. I'll warn you who's up next so you can kind of get ready. First up, I have Stephanie Young, and then Lisa Tooley, and then Lori Warnick. So Stephanie Young first. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, good evening. I'm Stephanie Young. I have been a teacher in the Los Gatos Union School District for 17 years. I have had 4 children going through the school district, and as a resident and a teacher in this community, I fully support affordable teacher housing. And I've seen at least 3 of my own children's teachers have to move away because it's been too difficult to stay here, and they were astounding teachers. So I fully support it. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Lisa Tooley.
I'm Lisa Tooley, 120 College Terrace, Unit L. Our property abuts the Dittos Lane property. Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for your diligent review of the Ditto's Lane proposals prior to providing direction to staff to enter into the ENA, and for taking the community's input into consideration. I reviewed the supplemental information and was glad to see the proposers responsible to the issues at hand as best they could. Based on what I've read but have not seen in elevation or plan drawings, I think both proposals are acceptable in terms of being projects that can fit into the parcel and into the neighborhood. My husband and I would support either project that the council approves if the project stays within what has been proposed. I know that you can only select one project in which to enter into the ENA at this time. I've thought about what my personal position is, and it seems that both have merit and both have pros and cons. On one hand, I do support teacher housing. In fact, my mom was an elementary teacher, so I do see the value of strengthening the community through quality education, and I applaud this creative solution. But when I look at Ditto's Lane and all the complexities that still exist, I think it may be advantageous to choose a developer with a long history, methodology, a stable of highly experienced consultants to avail of the project in the event of unexpected conditions or challenges. In my opinion, choosing an experienced developer will help mitigate the risk of the project running into snags that could jeopardize its completion. This is why I would lean towards entering into an ENA with Habitat for Humanity. The other thing I considered was the BMP goals that have always been a key to having Dittos developed. I looked at the supplemental chart of incomes at the 80% median level that was posted, and I realized when analyzing Los Gatos salary schedules that the teachers who would be eligible at that level would only be new teachers and not teachers as a whole. So not only would that project exclude all but teachers, it would also exclude the teachers who have taught the longest. Since we are only looking at adding just a few units of BMP housing, for me, I'd rather include more rather than fewer income-eligible families. Looking at the town of Los Gatos salary schedule, I noted that 31 classifications of public sector employees could be eligible to apply, including library aides, parks and recreation staff, clerks, tree trimmers, community service officers. So this is an additional reason I would lean towards Habitat for Humanity being the developer in which the town would enter into the ENA, but we would support either project. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your comments. Would your opinion change? I'm not going to specify which project, but would your opinion change if one of the projects was going to require a widening of Ditto's Lane that would jeopardize the entrance to the creek trail and the trees along Main Street?
Yes, my opinion could change.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I correct in assuming that your support of either application remains even though one of the applications would need significantly more units than the other?
Well, the way I read the supplemental, one was 2 houses with 2 supplementals, accessory units, and the other one was 2 to 4 units as the latest proposal.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, so next up I have Lori Wernick, and then Iqbal Chada, and then Teresa Bonner. Go ahead, Ms. Wernick.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. My name is Dr. Lori Wernick. I'm a retired school principal and currently an adjunct professor at National University, supporting special education teachers. I'm also a past board member of the Los Gatos Saratoga High School District, which I served on for 16 years, and a Los Gatos Mountain resident for 40 years. I just recently retired from Santa Clara Unified School District as a principal, where many of the teachers on my staff had the pleasure and privilege to live at teacher housing. I was actually able to hire 2 young, very energetic new teachers because they were able to afford to live in the teacher housing. If I hadn't hired them because they had a place to live nearby that they could afford, I know they would have gone to another district. It's so difficult to recruit, hire, and retain the best teachers, and that's what we want for all our children in Los Gatos. So many people move and stay in Los Gatos because of the schools. We want to keep up our fine reputation. But it's so much better for both the schools and the community when teachers don't have to put up with difficult or long commutes before or after school. Ironically, just as I was parking my car to come here tonight, one of my teachers phoned me and said, I really need you to give me a good reference because I'm getting a new job because I can't do the commute anymore. She was driving from Pleasanton to Santa Clara. And so teachers really do want to live close to home. I also want to tell you that it's been a pleasure to get to know Sarah Chaffin. She's so passionate about this project and making sure that our teachers have the best opportunities. She's a local person who understands the town of Los Gatos, and she will make sure the project is done right and completed. The chosen site will also be used for field trips, for a dog park. Los Gatos locals can enjoy the historic nature of the site and the gardens. I'm out of time, but I just want to say the project centered on affordable teacher housing is good for our local Los Gatos schools. Our community as a whole supports teacher housing, and I hope they have your support too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wernick. Any questions? I don't see none. Thank you. Next up, Iqbal Chada, and then Teresa Bonner.
Hi, good evening. My name is Iqbal Chada. I'm the current principal at Dave's Avenue School in Los Gatos Union School District. I too am here to speak on behalf of our teachers and our students. I could say ditto as to what was just mentioned and stated in front of the council. I just wanted to talk about having been an administrator for the past 5 years and a teacher for the last 15 years. I've seen such a huge number of teachers move out of the area because they can't afford to live here in Los Gatos. I mean, let's face it, I can't afford to buy my own home, which isn't here in Los Gatos, it's in San Jose. So I just want to make sure that you understand that we are also in the midst of a teacher shortage, and the importance of retaining and attracting highly qualified teachers is paramount. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you. Next up, Teresa Bonner, and then Diana Hill, and then Heather Ishak. So go ahead, Ms. Bonner.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Bonner. I'm a teacher at Dave's Avenue School. I've taught for 18 years in the district. I'm also a resident of Los Gatos. I'm fortunate to own a home here. Raised both of our children. They both attended Blossom Hill Elementary, Fisher, Los Gatos High School, went on to graduate from great colleges and are now productive community members. And I just want to put my support in for teacher housing. There are so many young, fabulous teachers getting into the profession, and we don't want to lose them. We need to find ways to attract and retain them so we can keep the quality of our community. When we bought our home a number of years ago, we could have bought the same exact home in another area, and our property values are now higher because of our school district, because of the reputation. We want to keep our schools great, so I really urge you to support teacher housing on the Dittos Lane project.
Thank you. Don't see any questions. Next up, Diana Hill.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Diana Hill, and I speak to you this evening as president of the Los Gatos Elementary Teachers Association. I'm here to speak in support of affordable housing for teachers. Thank you for agendizing this topic. I spoke to you a few weeks ago. As elected officials, just like myself, I know you've dedicated your personal and professional expertise to the town of Los Gatos. This town, like my hometown of Santa Cruz, is a small town, and here you really take care of your own. In that respect, I really want to applaud the Los Gatos Union School District for their support of teachers and our housing needs. This evening, I'm joined in support Assistant Superintendent Marla Rodriguez, our Director of Student Services, Misty Hartung, Trustee John Kunzman, and earlier this evening, Trustee Dan Schneider, and of course, you saw Principal Iqbal Chada. The district efforts to attract and retain talented teachers can be supported by Ms. Chaffin's proposed affordable housing for teachers project at Ditto's Lane. As a 5th grade teacher at Van Meter Elementary, I know Los Gatos residents appreciate the high quality of our schools. People move here because of our schools. Yes, we have beautiful buildings, but it's really what's inside that matters. More importantly, it's who's inside that matters. It's the children. So focusing on our children, I ask you to think about our future and who is teaching them. Please stand if you are an educator in Los Gatos. Thank you. Now, I hope that the town council will vote in support of affordable housing for teachers and keep the talent in town. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Next up, Heather Ishak, and then James Bibe.
Hi. I'm a resident of Los Gatos, and I have 2 kids in elementary school at Dave's, and my daughter's teacher is here tonight. I was here at the February 6th meeting, and there I sat and heard Habitat Humanity's plan and Sarah's support for teacher housing plan. And Habitat at that time said that they clearly stated that they needed to build 12 units on the property to make the project cost effective. And I know Sarah's is a much smaller footprint. And so I know that Habitat has come back and made a smaller size, but I worry about the feasibility of that when they originally said that 12 was what made it cost effective. I also know that Sarah's going to instill a ground lease, and so that the property will remain with the town of Los Gatos, which I think is great. That's basically it. Sarah's my neighbor, also, full disclosure. And she's a local Los Gatos native, and I think her love for teacher housing would be great for this community. She's one of us. Thanks.
Thank you. Don't see any questions. Next up, James Bebe.
Close, BB.
BB.
I'm a member, lived in here for about 12 years now. Did not grow up in here, but I grew up down the coast, Watsonville, Aptos. Been working with Habitat now for about 10 years on different projects, different places. We have problems and we solve them. I like the idea that Habitat's houses are not given away, as many people believe, where they're sold, and the people who buy them have to put in 500 hours of sweat equity. The end result is that the house really belongs to them. They believe it. The way it works, too, is if they ever decide to sell it, Habitat has first right of refusal, so it stays in the Habitat thing, and there will continue to be available houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any questions. Next up is David Bowman, and then Rob Simmons, and then David Creeth.
Good evening. David Bowman. I've been involved with Habitat for Humanity in several states over a 40-year period. It's difficult to speak against the other proposal because it seems like you're opposing motherhood and apple pie. However, I would like the council to remember that when you're dealing with Habitat, you are dealing with an international organization with tremendous experience and expertise in low-cost housing. And this particular affiliate, East Bay Silicon Valley, has been called an affiliate of distinction within the whole Habitat organization, which several years ago brought Jimmy and Rosalind Carter here to work several days and to indicate their appreciation of the kind of work that has gone on here. Since my 9 years here in Silicon Valley, I have worked on projects in several locations, all sponsored by the cities in Cupertino, in Morgan Hill, in Sunnyvale, in Oakland, and now a unit going on in Fremont and also in organizations in development in the Amadon area of San Jose. And so it seems to me that it's probable that the five of you that sit here this evening have had a chance to think about these matters in great detail. Perhaps comment is almost superfluous, but I would just recommend to you the expertise and the experience that Habitat brings to this project in its effort to provide low-cost, decent housing for people in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any questions. Thank you very much. Next up, Rob Simmons. Simons, okay. Struggling with that one, sorry.
Don't worry about it. I'm Rob Simons. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Los Gatos Town Council. I'm a project manager for Habitat for Humanity East Bay Silicon Valley, and I'm here tonight to present our revised proposal for the development of Habitat for Humanity homeownership projects on Ditto's Lane. We've been actively pursuing this piece of property since the town of Los Gatos distributed a request for proposal back in November of 2016. Originally, we submitted a development proposal that contemplated 4 units here on the site. Thank you. We anticipated building somewhere between 2 and 4 detached 3-bedroom moderate income homes. We were going to use a design that we had previously used in San Jose, and they are attractive, energy and water efficient homes. The town council voted unanimously. It was our understanding to negotiate with Habitat for Humanity to develop this Ditto's Lane property. We began site due diligence review with the assumption that the RFP process had been closed, and initiated consultant design activities to determine the feasibility of the project on the site. We solicited funding from the county for our proposed home development. In September of 2017, we were informed that the town was going to issue a new request for proposals. That being said, in February of 2018, we submitted a revised proposal where we wanted to maximize the potential of the site with 12 townhouses. We have a plan here that shows the plan that we had previously proposed. After the meeting, we had meetings with the city staff and with neighborhood groups under the direction of the city staff to determine whether or not this would be an acceptable development based upon access off of College Avenue. The neighborhood meeting did not go as we had anticipated, and therefore we revised our development plan to go back to where we were originally, which is 2 to 4 units with access off of Ditto's Lane. It would meet all fire and service and police turnaround requirements. The 12 to 1,400 square foot homes would be, once again, attractive, water and energy efficient homes. They'd be green certified. We have numerous projects throughout Santa Clara, Alameda, and Contra Costa counties, and we hope that you'll look favorably upon our proposal tonight and elect to enter into an exclusive negotiating arrangement with
Let's see if you
Habitat.
have any questions. Councilmember Sack.
So on our staff report on page 4, it lists the various challenges that we had asked our staff to work with, both Habitat as well as the teacher staff proposal. And there were 2 particular areas that we had concerns about last time. One was the easement, and then the second was access through Ditto's Lane and whether that would require a widening of the road. The staff report stated that there was no response received to date, so if you could just illuminate if there has been a response and what that is.
There has not been a response as of yet. We did contact the two people that provided the letters to the support teacher housing group, laid out our proposals to them, which I think are consistent with the letters that you have received in support of the support teacher housing, and we are willing to work under those terms.
Okay, further questions? Councilmember Jensen.
I'm not sure that I heard an answer to whether or not there was a response with respect to widening Ditto's Lane. Is there a response with respect to that?
Right now, we are anticipating that we will leave Ditto's Lane as is, subject to any structural improvements that need to be taken care of with regard to that, and we're not anticipating removing any of the trees along Ditto's Lane.
Okay. My second question is, your other proposal anticipated that the town was going to donate that land to you. Does this proposal anticipate the town is going to donate that land?
It does, and what we have proposed to the town is that we would only be requiring approximately, let's say, 10 to 15,000 square feet of land for our development, and we would do minor improvements to the balance of the land, leaving it in title with the town of Los Gatos, and improve it as park land or community gardens.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Mr. Simons, last time Habitat Humanity spoke before us, the council was told that it would not pencil out at 4 units, and you needed to have 11 units for it to be economically feasible. Now that you've spoken with the neighborhood, and the neighborhood has said that they prefer 4 units compared to 11 units, how will this be economically feasible for your organization to move forward?
The economic feasibility was based upon providing access off of College Avenue, where we would have had to install a access drive down the side of the slope into the site. That would have been extremely expensive, and for the economics of the project to provide 12 units of housing there, which we were trying to maximize the benefit for the affordable housing community, we would have to have done 12 units there. Providing access off of Ditto's Road, we're back to our original proposal, which is 2 to 4 units and accessing the site from Ditto's.
I'll go ahead and ask a question. One of the concerns I have is making sure that we fall within the affordable housing criteria. And so it says you're building 3 to 4 bedroom houses. Seems like it's a fairly large family. What sorts of people or professions would be able to live in a house that large and still stay under the cap?
We design and build homes that some other developer might spend $750,000 or $1 million to build, but we turn around and we sell them to someone who makes a certain amount of income that falls into a strata. So right now, I believe a family of 4, 100% AMI is roughly $125,000 a year. So if we're selling it to a homeowner that falls into the 80% AMI category, they would be making roughly $80-something thousand. And they may be teachers. They may be firemen. They may be police officers. They may be town employees here. But we sell based upon what their income level is, not the cost of the home that we build for them.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. On to the next. So next up I have Kathy Spenoff.
You saw me last time. I am with Habitat for Humanity's All Faiths Alliance, the Holy Cross Lutheran Church in Los Gatos. My main message to you as the council and the town manager is community. We're about a community here. We love each other, we love our neighbors, we work together, we do it for the benefit of all. The people that are going to be living in these houses want to be part of the community. and they want to be part of their neighbors that live around them, and they're going to be very much part of it. And to that effect, they actually help build their house that they're going to live in. So they have a vested interest in their community. That's how Habitat for Humanity works. It's about community, serving those right there in the community, those that are in low income, that can't afford a house around here. That includes the teachers. That includes everybody we're talking about tonight in our community that can't afford to live here. And it's a fair proposition. And Habitat for Humanity has always been fair in screening these families, that what their needs are, what the affordability are, and all the parameters. And they've been doing this for years, and it works. And all I know, working with Habitat for Humanity, I feel part of this community. And that's what I think you need to start thinking about, is your community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't see any questions. Next up, I have David McCreath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is David McCreath. I'm a retired Presbyterian minister who moved here from Louisville, Kentucky in the spring of 2004. The following year, I began to work with Silicon Valley Habitat for Humanity as a regular volunteer, and since that time I've spent probably a day a week doing that. I want to strongly urge the council to approve the proposal, and I do so for these reasons. First, the homes built by Habitat for Humanity are well designed, often exceeding commercial standards, and are designed to blend in with housing styles of the neighborhood. Hence, they make a strong contribution to the city housing stock. Second, families who purchase the homes are required to invest at least 200 hours of time, which we call sweat equity. This means that even before moving into their homes, they have made an investment into their new communities. Third, many families come from substandard housing, such as overcrowded apartments, garages, and other difficult situations. Through coaching from Habitat staff, families learn their responsibilities for caring for their homes and for living as good neighbors. I believe that by accepting the proposal offered by the Silicon Valley Habitat for Humanity, Los Gatos can demonstrate a commitment to affordable housing of high quality with families who are prepared to be good neighbors and who will invest in the town. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been wanting to ask this, so you're standing up there, I'll ask you. One of the things that this council asked staff to do is to evaluate these two proposals for various issues. Mm-hmm. One of the issues was, does the potential applicant have access to the property over Ditto's Lane? And then a subset of that is, how does that interface with the fire department access? These two issues were not addressed by Habitat. They were addressed by the other potential applicant. So how can this council agree to go with Habitat when these two issues that we are supposed to be looking at have not been addressed?
I'm not the one to answer that question, unfortunately. I was not a part of that review, and I simply can't answer the question. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you. I have one card left, so if anybody else is interested, get their cards up here. Next up, Sarah Chafin.
Hello, good evening. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Sarah Chaffin, and I'm the person who's proposing support teacher housing. I will keep it very brief because we've been here before, and I think you're familiar with the project. But the main benefits of teacher housing is it's going to help recruit and retain our teachers. It's going to provide affordable housing in Los Gatos. We'll be able to preserve the historic green space. It's going to create a local monument project where people in the town can go visit. They can take their dogs for a walk. Kids can go on field trips. And then it's a local solution. So basically, this is a replicable and sustainable solution that can take place here in Los Gatos. We've been able to work very effectively with the town, and we also have broad-based community support. And we've met and answered all of the questions that the staff had for us. So anyway, I'm just asking you to please vote for this proposal. It's a real community project, and it would be a great benefit to the town.
Okay, let's see if you have any questions. Start off with Councilmember Sayak.
Ms. Chafin, I know you've been here numerous times, and so I just want to ask my questions just for the record, since I know we're coming close to a decision. So item 13, our desk item, there were 3 questions that I had posed, and if you could just clarify, the Teachers Housing Act, it encompasses educators so that it's certified, so that it's for, and it defines teachers as well as school employees. And so is it your intent to also follow that criteria so that it looks at educators as a whole versus specifically teachers?
Correct. So it would be for all educators.
Okay. And I just want, again, clarification on the record that you understand the affordability criteria that the town has, which is in our addendum, that we're looking at the affordability based on the low income, very low income, and extremely low income that we have our below market price criteria attached to.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I have a couple questions for you then, if nobody else is jumping in. So there, nobody spoke tonight, but we've gotten some emails. I know there was one early on about concerns about whether there's really enough teachers to fill the housing. And, the thought would be that maybe you build this and maybe you can't get enough teachers that meet the criteria that we need for the technical term affordable housing. Of course, we need houses that are affordable for teachers. This site requiring the definition of affordable. So what would you, how, I guess the first question would be, if you can't get enough locally, would you pull from further away, San Jose or other places like that?
Well, I don't think that we're going to have an issue filling it with teachers, but that would be something that I would probably want to discuss with the town staff. I don't think that we should probably pull teachers from another area. I think that we want to focus on Los Gatos.
And in response to Councilmember Sack's question, if we couldn't get teachers, then you would be educators, and that may give us a larger pool of people that we could fit in under the cap.
Right, so it would be for teachers. There's a lot of educators that fall under that category, so there's a lot of support staff, reading specialists, class assistants. So I'm very confident that we would be able to fill the project.
And in the past, we've asked you, is this property magical, or could we give you space on another property where we don't have this cap, and you could provide teacher housing that is affordable, more affordable teachers, but we don't have to meet the technical? Are you still interested in a different piece of property?
Well, I'm interested in this piece of property.
Okay. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Ms. Chafin, in the past, you mentioned that the town could possibly retain ownership of the property still for your particular proposal. In other words, we'd have like a 100-year ground lease. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's still the idea?
That's still the idea.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have Lee Katana up next. No rush.
Good evening, Lee Quintana. Again, I didn't plan to talk, so I'm going to ramble a little bit. I have misgivings over both of these proposals. From the Habitat for Humanity standpoint, I'm very disappointed that we're not, as a town, still looking at a possibility of 12 units as it was originally proposed. We don't have that many places where we can build affordable housing, and to me it's squandering an opportunity to build 2 or 4 houses where we could be having 12 houses, particularly ownership houses where people really do make ties to the community, and they're not likely to move on. It's not clear to me that the other proposals' methodology is going to ensure that once the teachers are living there and they're saving certain amount of what they're paying for rent, saving towards the down payment, that after a specified number of years, they'll be able to afford to buy a house in Los Gatos with that amount of money. So we're still not having our teachers being retained in Los Gatos per se. Also, I have a problem with picking out a particular class of people, whether it be teachers, firemen, or some other group, either by religion, race, whatever. It to me, it's the same. You're picking out a particular portion of the population and giving them preference. Also, I would like to say this for Habitat for Humanity. I think their project was a good one. I think because they are who they are and are reputable and do not like to engender controversy, they were willing to give up the 12-unit apartment, 12-unit project because of response from the neighbors. However, you just in your last item approved a project that the neighbors were not in favor of because you were looking at the bigger picture. And I would ask that you do the same here.
Questions for Ms. Quintana? Seeing none. Next up, Maria Risto.
Hi, Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. Lee really hit on some amazing points. We have a group that's been discussing this, and I do think every single project that's going to come before this council is going to be controversial to some neighbors. And it is really a squandering on a site where we could do affordable housing that we're not going to put 12 for ownership units. But be that as it may, if you're going to look at the two projects we've got, you're comparing a project by Habitat, which is an ownership project. We've got one Habitat house in town. My husband and I worked on it years ago. It's a 3-bedroom. It was a family of 4. It's affordable because of the model of the way Habitat does it. And the affordability is set to 30% of the income of the family that puts in the sweat equity. So it's not a matter of a developer coming in and does it pencil out. It pencils because of Habitat's model. These 2 to 4 units will be affordable. They'll be ownership. People can move in and stay there and remain part of the community. I think Sarah has a really great idea. I don't understand how setting up a house with 3 bedrooms and running it kind of like a boarding house where you'd have 3 individuals paying rent in one house, how that makes it affordable. That's what my son is doing. He's moving in with 3 friends in a house, and the only way it's affordable is because they're splitting a very high rent among 4 people. So you're really comparing a rental mode versus an ownership mode. You're looking at the Habitat can be for teachers or anybody based on income. I also disagree with setting aside housing just for a profession. To address one of the questions that Councilmember Spector asked about Habitat not answering the questions about access, that is an issue and that will have to be addressed, and you don't know if it can be addressed or not. The issue that teacher housing proposal has is you don't know if they have an agreement with the school districts or not. So either of these have some questions. Whichever one you choose to go down the path, either one might stumble on something. But teacher housing has not got agreements with the school district, and so right now, legally, they can't restrict their housing to just teachers. Anyway, so I would favor Habitat because I think it brings people into the community, keeps them there, and you could house entire families. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Ms. Risto? Seeing none, thank you. I'm out of cards, so if nobody else wishes to speak, I'm going to close the public testimony and come up to council for questions, discussion, motions. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Any question for staff? So on the teacher housing proposal, they mentioned that we can retain ownership of the land. Is there any issue with the town of Los Gatos maintaining ownership of the land?
I couldn't answer that question right now. The Teachers Housing Act is only from 2016. It talks about ownership of the property by the school district, so it's going to have to be a three-way between the school district on doing it. Those are issues that just are very complex legally, that we're going to have to work through with outside legal counsel if you choose the teachers project. If was after we entered into the exclusive negotiation, if that was one of the terms and conditions council wanted, we would flush that out to see if that's a possibility. But right now, I can't tell you whether under the Teachers Housing Act, like I said, it's only a page-long law, but it really talks about housing and not about ownership. So it's just I just don't have the ability to answer that at this time.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Leonardis again.
I am ready to move forward with the motion on this. Thank you, everybody who has come forward this evening and spoke on this topic. We have two very noble causes here. Neither one of them is a bad choice. Both of them have strong merits. However, we have to pick one moving forward. And perhaps if that one doesn't work out, then the other one can step forward in its place. But I am inclined to move forward at this time with the RNA, or the ENA for the Support Teacher Housing Group, so that will be my motion.
Councilmember Jensen.
I'll second the motion, and I will say why. I agree with the Vice Mayor that both of these causes are something that deserves support, that are to be admired. I also agree that I'm not particularly comfortable with singling out a particular group, but we have a state law that singled out a particular group, that being teachers. The fact is that this will be affordable housing. My real issue is with the ones that were identified in our staff report and by Councilwoman Spector, the easements to get to the property. We have answers on that, though not definitive, from the teacher support group. And with respect to the access over Ditto's Lane, way back when I was on the Planning Commission, there was another project proposed for Ditto's Lane. It was 34 units of affordable housing, but it required a widening of Ditto's Lane coming into Main Street that was going to essentially convert the creek at that area where you enter the trail into a cement culvert, take out 60 trees, and completely change the character of that area. I couldn't support it on the Planning Commission. I can't support it as a council person. So the biggest assurance I have from either group that entrance to that creek there is going to remain inviolate is from the teachers. And so given those considerations, I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I think I saw Councilmember Spector's hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight we have tough calls, but the council has been given criteria, and they're fairly objective criteria. If I were going to say is the teacher group, support teacher housing is great, and Habitat for the Humanity is great and has been for a significant amount of time. But when we have to make a decision based on criteria, and Habitat hasn't addressed two of those criteria, then that leaves the teacher housing as the one that has, and therefore the one that I can support. Several of you made some excellent points. Singling out teachers and teaching staff from other professions and occupations is not a totally comfortable thing to do. And I understand that. But going back to what I was saying at the beginning, which is we council have selected criteria, and of that criteria, the teaching group has addressed each of those. Now, I was actually on the town council when we first started with this Ditto's Lane at that point, probably a fiasco, but the Ditto's Lane proposal many eons ago. And the big issue that we had to address were the easements. And we were not able to get the easements at that time. So the teachers seemed to have a road, so to speak, and if they can travel down it, that'll be great. That'll remain to be seen. But I will support the motion.
Councilmember Sayak.
Both Councilmember Spector and Jensen they said very well everything I was going to say. I think the most important thing I think Ms. Quintana had said is really trying to figure out what is best for the community. And I understand the ownership versus rental, that's something that is weighing heavily. But in the end, it's just difficult because we're all trying to find affordable housing for all sectors. And what I've learned is that we have to be innovative because we're trying to increase supply, but we're also trying to increase innovation to try and meet the various needs that each sector of our populations need. This is an opportunity to do something different and unique. And I think that's something that I'm really looking forward to doing. It meets the criteria that we've laid out. It still embeds the community spirit that we want because we value education, and we also value the two applicants and understand that it's a very hard decision, but ultimately, based on the criteria that we've articulated at the last meeting, this is the one that has met that, and one that we understand that we have to continue working on. Okay,
thank you. I guess I get to make some comments. I'll start off with, I do feel a little bit in agreement with this idea that we're squandering an opportunity to get more units on this property. Originally, they had hoped for a lot more units. Philosophically, that feels bad that we could do more for affordable housing. I also have some concerns legally in the future if I try to use my crystal ball and see where it goes. We have a housing element where we have to plan for a certain number of affordable houses at different levels. And at this point, we just have to plan for them. We don't have to make them happen. There's been a lot of talk at the state level of passing laws where if you get credit for how many you produce during the 7-year period, but the next 7-year period, they may start forcing us to produce a certain number of affordable units at the different levels. And so again, this feels to me like we're blowing an opportunity that could come back to force us to do things in the future that we don't like. So I'm sort of doubly disappointed that we're at a small number of units for those reasons. I do have concerns about how easily it's going to be to fill for the teachers, because the affordability levels are fairly high. If a teacher's married and they're both working, it's going to be difficult to stay under the cap for this affordable, which means we're looking for single teachers, but there's 2 bedrooms in these units. So does that mean a single teacher with some children, or is it 2 single teachers and then we end up with the problem of going over the cap again? I had said earlier I would have preferred that we find another of our properties for this to work, because then they could create affordable housing for the teachers and not be stuck cherry picking the only 2 teachers in town that would fit the criteria. So those are my concerns about going forward. It's obvious we're going forward with the supportive teacher housing solution. I do have concerns, but not enough that I'm going to vote against it, so I will reluctantly support it with my thoughts on the subject. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Do we need any other cleanup on that? No? Okay, so I will close item number 13. Agenda item number 13, and we will move on to agenda item number 14. Oh, yeah, why don't we take a quick 7 to 10 minute restroom break while people are clearing the room, and come back at about 10 after 9? Thank you, everybody. Let's come back to order. I know you don't want to be here all night. I'm sure the next subject will have a lot of discussion. So it sounds like we're pretty quiet, so I will turn it over to Senior Planner Armour.
Good evening again. This project in front of you today is the proposal by Tom Dodge of Surrey Farms Estates to develop his 17.5 acres of vacant land. His proposal is to amend the general plan and zoning designations to allow a 9-lot residential subdivision. The project before you involves a multi-step process. It began back in September of 2010 with a Conceptual Development Advisory Committee meeting. The current proposal before you is the general plan amendment, plan development rezoning, Williamson Act cancellation, and an EIR. This comes as one decision because they are so intertwined, but would set the stage for future development. This current application has included meetings of the General Plan Committee in September of 2012, October of 2014, and December of 2015, but the final decision does rest with Town Council. The future applications that would be involved were this project to move forward would be future application for subdivision, roadway improvements, individual architecture and site applications for each proposed home, and then building permits. As described in your staff report materials, the Williamson Act cancellation findings have been reviewed by the state, and the county has calculated the cancellation fee. The general plan amendment was requested because the agricultural designation was applied to because of the Williamson Act. This was Williamson Act land. Plan development zoning is currently still required in the hillsides for subdivisions of 5 lots or more, though the only exceptions that are currently being proposed are actually to the hillside development standards and guidelines, not to the code. Exceptions requested are cut and fill and construction outside the LRDA, least restrictive development area. The proposed underlying zoning under the plan development overlay is the HR1, and that is based on the surrounding zonings. The HR1, HR2.5, R112, and R110 are all surrounding, but HR1 is the predominant adjacent land zone. It's approximately half of the border of the property. An EIR was prepared, which actually included multiple parts. The draft EIR was originally circulated, but the biological section and alternative sections were recirculated, and then we have prepared a final EIR. Within this EIR, all potential impacts are reduced to less than significance with mitigation based on the levels defined in CEQA. But there are still numerous concerns from the nearby neighbors. The Planning Commission considered the project on February 28th and recommended approval of the 2-access alternative, which was considered within the EIR and was part of one of the alternatives included in the development plans. However, they did apply 6 suggestions within their recommendation. One had to do with trees, reducing the number of trees to be removed with specific trees noted of interest. Number 2 is open space, making sure that that open space area was going to be publicly accessible. 3, to ensure that the house sizes would have to comply with the hillside development standards and guidelines. 4, the grading, cut, and fill should be no more than what is currently shown on the development plans. 5, that a fencing condition would be added so that open fencing should provide access for wildlife. And 6, that the number of lots should be reduced to 8 lots with a specific recommendation that lots 6 and 7 be removed. As a result of this Planning Commission recommendation, the applicant has revised the 2-access alternative to remove what was Lot 9, the closest building to the riparian area. As a result, the development plans before you tonight contain the original 1-access 10-lot subdivision and a revised 2-access 9-lot subdivision. However, staff has revised the draft plan development ordinance to reflect the 8-lot subdivision recommended by Planning Commission. Town staff has asked consultants hired by the town for this project to attend tonight and answer any technical questions. So in addition to planning and public works staff, we have TJKM, the town's traffic consultant, and Kimley Horn, the town's environmental consultant. This concludes the staff presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
So let me start off with a question. So you say it's a little confusing because we've got a 10 and we've got a 9, and now staff is writing ordinance for an 8. But and I assume the 8 is based on the Planning Commission, which is get rid of lot 6 and 7. But what happened to what used to be in the riparian corridor?
So the recommendation from Planning Commission was to reduce the number of lots down to 8. They had a recommendation kind of within that, the idea that 6 and 7 were probably the best ones to remove, but kind of left that up. The final decision is town council's. And so staff has prepared a draft ordinance to reflect that recommendation, bringing the recommendation from Planning Commission forward to you. We would ask that if you are interested in moving forward with the 8-lot subdivision and have some specific direction as to which lots should be removed, that you provide that as part of the motion.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question before I see if there's others. Item number 5 from the Planning Commission was open fencing. That sounds like a contradiction. What does open fencing mean?
Rather than solid fencing that would block small animals, cats from climbing through, something that's got large open spaces between the fence posts and the horizontal elements.
Okay, so it's more of a visual barrier than a real barrier.
Correct.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilmember Jensen.
I have several questions about the underlying zoning. You mentioned in your presentation that the logical zoning is HR1, given the surrounding properties. I had asked a question earlier that I just want to ask for the record. I'm going to do it differently. If the Williamson Act is canceled, or the council votes to recommend that, the council is not obligated necessarily to change the underlying zoning, correct?
Correct.
And if the council votes to cancel the Williamson Act, then votes to change the zoning, my question is, what are all of the available zoning, not what's viable based on what's around it, but what are the hillside zoning options that the council could choose from? What are the resource conservation or other zoning options the council could choose from?
In general, zoning is designed to be a continuous thing. So what are all of the options?
I get it. I want to know what the options are.
So I would say, and I'm going to hand off in case my director has something to add, but I would say that HR 1, HR 2.5, and R112 and R120, and then RC is the existing zone, that those would be the options.
I had thought that we had an HR that was higher than 2.5. Do we?
Yes, there is,
What is that?
HR 5 and HR 20.
Okay.
Is there any reason we can't have HR 5? You didn't list it.
Zoning principles.
Yeah, the reason we don't recommend that is because then we get into an issue where we're spot zoning. You don't have any contiguous zoning that is similar. That is not a practice that the town has typically supported.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure, please.
Isn't the agriculture technically spot zoning now, but pursuant to a contract?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Leonardis was next.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Ms. Armour, in the Planning Commission minutes, the Planning Commission chair asked, it seemed like this was narrow in scope. It was like, let's move this on to the town council to see what their position is on changing the zoning, overturning the Williamson Act adopting the EIR, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess I'm having trouble understanding this process. What is our role here this evening? Are we here to approve this project? Is that with the Planning Commission's blessing and recommendation? Because it seems like there's a lot of exceptions here this evening. Or is this something that you're waiting to say, the council to take certain action and then it would go back to the Planning Commission? Or how is this supposed to move?
So tonight before you, you have applications for general plan amendment, rezoning the property, cancellation of the Williamson Act, and the EIR. All of these are items that will be decided by town council, not the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has recommended approval of all of these items as described in the staff report. Future items that would proceed if this was approved would include the architecture and site application for the individual houses, as I stated, and then the actual subdivision tentative map application and roadway improvements.
Thank you.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All questions of staff. With regard to the Planning Commission recommendation, refresh my memory. I was under the impression that the Planning Commission made very few, if any, motions, but they had discussions on various issues. Am I right or wrong? And if they had motions where they actually made motions that were adopted, which were those?
They had a fair amount of discussion, and they had a motion to approve with additional comments and recommendations as listed in the staff report.
So was the actual motion to that they made, that a majority voted for, was to generically approve?
To recommend approval with specific changes.
And were those specific changes part of motions that a majority voted on, or were they just things that individual commissioners said?
The motion included all 6 of the items listed in the staff report. I believe number 6, one of the items was added on as an addition to the motion, but it was supported by the second and included in the vote.
Great. You said in your staff report that should this go forward, should what is before us go forward, that there would be future, there would be architecture and site, there would be a subdivision application, and you mentioned a couple of other things. Would those applications be decided by the Planning Commission and the council, or would they be by right decisions that would be made at the staff level?
Those are currently listed in the ordinance as going to the Development Review Committee for consideration. If the council would like to change that and designate the Planning Commission as the deciding body, that is an option.
Well, you actually gave me information I didn't have. So right now it would go to DRC. Let's say I personally did not want it to go to DRC and that I wanted it to be an issue discussed or decided upon by the Planning Commission and, if appropriate, the council. Could that be done under the current, I'm going to call it by right state legislation?
Yes.
And that could be done even if these applications come before us as individual homes or an entire group of homes?
So if they came in as a group of homes and evoke the Housing Accountability Act, we would be back under that for the objective standards, because it would then be a residential units project. I think it would have to be, at that point, though, owned by the same property owner. It couldn't be different property owners.
But if one property owner came forward, one property owner owns all of the property, i.e., as now, and that one property owner came forward and said, I want all of these homes considered under the town's ANS, for example, then would that be a by right under our state law, and what would be the practical implications of such a move?
So it could still go to whichever deciding body you wanted, the DRC or the Planning Commission, but if in fact that developer evoke the Housing Accountability Act. Instead of using the by right, I'll use that we would have to only apply our objective standards and rules and regulations and not our subjective standards.
So let me add on to that then. So can we add something in the PD ordinance, which we're effectively creating, that limits the size of the houses? Currently, I think they're all at 6,000 square feet, which to me feels ridiculous for a Housing Accountability Act that you're building 6,000 square foot homes to get affordable housing. That's effectively what we're doing, but we could limit that in the PD, and they would be forced to follow that when they've evoked the Housing Accountability Act.
So the Housing Accountability Act doesn't just apply to affordable housing, and it applies to all housing projects that is more than one residential unit. But yes, you certainly can put other standards in the PD if you'd like.
And I'll just clarify. So I think the intent of the law was to have affordable market rate houses. So that's really what I meant. I didn't mean the definition of affordable housing.
Yeah, it's pretty much, the language is just to increase the housing stock.
I understand the language, and I think the intent was different, but Councilmember Sack?
Did we clarify whether an accessory dwelling unit would count as two? If a single landowner, let's say it was subdivided and they came in for a house with a ADU, does that count as two under the new housing package?
That has not been clarified. The HCD right now is looking into that issue and is supposed to issue a white paper. Again, that wouldn't be the law, and I think they're looking at trying to clear that up too in further amendments of what they meant by residential units. There's a difference of opinion between city attorneys as to whether that would apply. Like you said, residential units could apply to a project that had a single-family home was an accessory dwelling unit and say that's residential units, plural. The other side of that is no, it's on the same plot of land, and therefore it's not residential units. So it has not been clarified yet by the state.
Okay. Councilmember Jensen.
Beating a dead horse on the Housing Accountability Act. In this situation, if the council were to cancel the Williamson Act, change the zoning, allow for a planned development, because the planned developments in Los Gatos become ordinances, so they are the law, and they apply to this particular area, doesn't whatever objective standards are written into the planned development become the objective standards for purposes of the Housing Accountability Act, so that if we write an ordinance, we create those objective standards that then, if the houses meet those under the Housing Accountability Act, unless there's a health hazard, they need to be approved?
Yes.
So if that's correct, then the discretion of the council is really in whatever standards we write into planned development and however many lots that we allow. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If in fact it came in as a Housing Accountability Act project later on.
But I mean, initially, this council's control would be A, the number of houses, if any, and B, if there's a planned development, whatever standards are written into the planned development, which then become the objective standards for purposes of the Housing Accountability Act.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
And if I could just follow up, because I was sort of what I was asking also, and then I'll get to Councilmember Spector. So we have a general plan that has a policy that says homes should be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So we have a surrounding neighborhood here. But that's a subjective standard. So that wouldn't apply if they evoked the Housing Accountability Act. So we would have to decide what is the right size for this neighborhood and set that as a number to make sure that we actually are meeting our general plan policy.
That's correct. If you want to make certain that the Housing Accountability Act, if it's evoked, that you've got objective standards that can be applied to this project and not, as you said, subjective standards such as neighborhood compatibility.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further beating Ms. Jensen's dead horse here. Let's assume that the planned development ordinance has quote-unquote objective standards. We say the homes can only be X thousand square feet, and they can only be X feet high. But the first question would be, would that necessarily apply to all homes in this planned development? And what if I'm a neighbor and there is a home that's going to be built close to my home, and the X number of square feet that's in the PD, or the height that's in the PD, once that is objectified, what can I, as the neighbor, do?
If the project came under the Housing Accountability Act and you only had objective standards and the project met those objective standards, then the town would have to approve that project.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I thought I read somewhere in the staff report that the EIR was not an essential element and was not required. Is that reading incomprehension on my part?
If this project were to be denied, then you do not need to make a decision on the EIR. But if you are going to consider approving the elements of the project, then the EIR is a critical first step.
Thank you for the clarification. And I have one more question about Williamson Act. So this is something that renews itself automatically every 10 years if it's not requested that it is canceled? Or
It actually, it's a rolling continuation. So basically, every year it adds another year. So you're always between 9 and 10 years out. So you enter into the contract, and it's a 10-year contract. Once a year has passed, if neither party has submitted a notice of non-renewal, then it gets bumped back up to 10 years again. And so it's continuously rolling, and so it's always 9 or 10 years out.
okay, so in the staff report, I read something about 2025 is when, so that's about 8 years,
So
7 years from now.
Yeah, so that is 10 years after the notice of non-renewal was submitted.
Okay.
Because the notice of non-renewal was submitted in 2015, and therefore that started the 10-year clock running out, rather than automatically re-upping at the beginning of each year.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
A follow-up to that. So procedurally, if the council chose not to recommend cancellation of the Williamson Act in whatever proceedings on this proposal, then without any further action of anybody, that act would run out by law in 2025. Without consideration, without findings, without anything, the contract would be done.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Getting back to the Housing Accountability Act, I did not see anything in the staff report on that issue. Was this something that was considered with the applicant, or was it, never discussed, never an issue?
The current application is for the rezoning. It's not for the new homes, and so the Housing Accountability Act does not apply.
But given the fact that if this is approved, it then goes on to A&S subdivision applications to which the Housing Accountability Act would apply, was that issue ever discussed by staff, raised by the applicant, otherwise?
You can ask the applicant, but my understanding is that they do not expect to develop all of the houses at the same time, that it would be individual owners who would be developing the homes, but we do not have a restriction on that as part of the
That would
code.
have been would this have been a restriction in the plan development or not?
No.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sack.
So just one more question on Williamson Act to make sure I'm understanding this. In 2025, through no action of our own, it will expire. And so it's no longer in a Williamson Act contract.
Correct.
Because it expires, does that necessitate
an action by this council to change its land use designation?
No.
Okay.
We've run down of questions. Wow, okay. So let me open the public testimony at this point. We'll start off with the applicant, who gets 10 minutes to start. We'll have other people come up for 3 minutes, and then the applicant will get 5 minutes closing statement.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Town Council. I'm Roger Griffin with Paragon Design Group, and I'm here on behalf of the Dodge family, the applicant for this project. So this is a picture in the early 1950s. This is Bob Dodge, and he's here with his dog, overlooking his subdivision, which is the grading has begun. You can see the grading for Long Meadow Drive, and this is the edge of the property where an orchard was on the back side. So this is a map, a tentative map that Mr. Dodge had planned to submit to the town at one point. It's 14 lots, plus there's one large lot at the top of the hill, which Bob was reserving for himself. At this particular time, the zoning on this property was R120, and he had done the layout in half-acre lots. So there are 14 lots plus the 15th on the hill. That was in 1959. This is the map that we submitted to CDAC. It was for 10 lots, and there is no open space shown on this particular site. The development was, as you can see, has taken place on all sides of this property with the 10,000 square foot lots in this area. This is all R112, and then we have Hillbrook School. This is HR1 all around here. There is one parcel, HR 2.5, and then we resume the HR1 zoning at that particular point. So this was 10 lots that we submitted at CDAC for review. So the history of this is the site that Bob Dodge had was discussion with the town, and Bob facilitated development of the Brookacres sewer line, so Brookacres subdivision could be extended or to be created. Williamson was originally a 10-year contract when Bob entered into the Williamson Act, and during that 10 years, the Williamson law changed to a rolling 10 years. The property is not prime agriculture land, and the RC zoning now requires, under your current ordinance, a 20-acre parcel. The zoning for this site would now be a legal non-conforming use. Development has proceeded on all abutting sides, and the town staff proposed that way back when, 1959 and such, that the town staff had discussed the idea of connecting Brookacres to Shannon Road. This is the site, the single access 10-lot site that we first submitted, and this was what the initial draft EIR was prepared from this document. This is the open space here at this point, and this is a single roadway, comes in on the lower section and then comes up, crosses the riparian corridor area and up to this location serving these 4 lots. The original proposed plan was for 10 homes. The first submission that we turned in was for R140 rezone with public roadways. The town ordinance turned out to require that we do the PD zoning. It was not our choice. And we also did not use the PD zoning ordinance to increase any density. Public Works required that we make the streets private, and we are providing for a trail extension across the property, which would open up the open space to public access. The project originally qualified for a negative declaration. We voluntarily prepared the draft EIR, and we have conducted 3 neighborhood meetings. So this was during the time that we were doing our draft EIR, we kept hearing a rumor that there was this connection between Brookacre possibly and Shannon Road. So we went on a search, at first on our property, trying to find out how that could be possible, and then we did a search on this parcel next door, lot number 10, the one in yellow, and we found an easement at this particular point, and then we found documentation which was in your packet. So in 1973, this was offered to the town for future acceptance, and they deferred it for a future acceptance somewhere in the future. We've had the town attorney review that. He said it's a legal public access opportunity. So with that, we decided to try doing a 2-access site. So we have one access here that serves these 6 homes on the lower side, and then we have the second access that comes in off Cerro Vista, serves these 4 homes. So what we did, we presented that to the Planning Commission, and we also provided for, it turns out that during this, the original processing, we were talking to the waterworks about providing a water line that would connect from here up to the upper Cerro Vista water system that's in place there. They came back to us after a period of time and said that the pressure that exists right now, whether this development is done or not, the pressure that exists in the Cerro Vista area above is insufficient, and they need a pumping station. So we have offered to provide them a pumping station approximately this location here. We reviewed that with staff, and staff said that that should be a separate application downstream, but we would enter into whatever paperwork is necessary to effect that. So the draft DIR states that this 2-access plan is environmentally superior. There are 4 homes, as I said, accessing off Cerro Vista, and 6 homes accessing from Twin Oaks. That's a 40% reduction in the traffic on Twin Oaks. Provides access for a new pump station. And the trail extends from Cerro Vista to Brookacre and crosses the 3.5-acre dedicated open space. There's no road crossing of the riparian corridor habitat, and each site will submit for ANS review. So we also then, in response to the Planning Commission, we did make a revision. We looked at the plan and we said, would it be nice to have this riparian corridor and the open space actually be the center core of the entire project? This trail system would come through here, it would cross the open space, comes down, and it connects with Brookacre at this point. So this would be a 5.7-acre open space, which is 32% of the site would be in open space. And the pump station would still be offered in this location. We also took the lot number 7 building site, which is approximately here, and we moved it down lower on the site. The plan reinforces the environmentally superior idea that the plan is superior in the habitat, and also a 4-home access off Cerro Vista. Now there are only 5 homes accessing via Twin Oaks, which is a 50% reduction in traffic on Twin Oaks, and it provides access for the new pump station. The trail extends from Cerro Vista to Brookacre and provides public access to dedicated open space. The 5.7-acre dedicated open space is permanent. It would be deed restricted and open to the public. Unlike the zoning, which can be changed, this would be something that would be very permanent. We also altered the upper knoll area and lot number 7 to include all of the treed knoll area there, so that is protected. And as I said, we lowered the lot number 7 building site. So this extends the public trail from Cerro Vista to Brookacre. It provides emergency access to Brookacre, provides land for a new pump station, and it will be required whether this project is built or not. It also provides a dedicated 5.7 acres of open space on the alternate plan. And we request your approval of this alternate 9-lot subdivision at plan development tonight. Any questions that you might have?
Questions at this point for the applicant? I don't see any. We will see you again later. Thank you. So we will continue on with public testimony. So I have up first Marcia Whitkin and then Bill McLeod, and then Craig Fordyce.
Hi, I'm Marcia Whitkin, and I live at 188 Twin Oaks Drive, and our property abuts the hillside property in question. It seems to me like it would be hard for a young planner approving a 13-foot cut-and-fill roadway on a 30-degree slope over a riparian corridor with 2 wetlands at the bottom of the hill and the removal of over 100 trees, 70% of them protected trees, many of them giant oaks, to see it as a great idea. When issues arise, existing neighbors will have recourse only to the new homeowners and their as of yet to be determined unknown homeowner CC&Rs. We understand there is a housing strain, and we are mindful of the property rights of the owners. But we feel that the land at Surrey Farm Estates could be more appropriately planned. The 2017 Environmental Impact Report addresses many issues, but common sense should prevail. At the bottom of the hillside, a 200-foot swale is not going to stop the water runoff. 3 times we have had mud in our pool from the hillside runoff and had to pump out and acid wash the pool. And this was from an undeveloped hillside. We can only imagine how much worse it would be if it were from a developed hillside. We understand the General Plan Committee is working on a second version of the hillside requirements, so perhaps we should wait to find out the updates. Last year's approval of the North 40 development will leave the community facing many challenging issues. Our infrastructure is already suffering with school and beach traffic clogging our access. It can take 30 minutes from Surrey Farms just to get through town during peak times. With North 40, not to mention Alberta Way, Netflix, Novitiate, and Shady Lane traffic, our 80-year-old infrastructure will be further stressed. The Surrey Farms Estates land has been designated agricultural. Please preserve our open space and the rural character of our hillside without rezoning and impacting the traffic, air quality, vegetation, wildlife habitat, drainage, grading, noise level, safety, and serenity of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mrs. Whitkin. Next up, Bill McLeod, and then Craig Fordyce.
It's Maleko.
Maleko.
My wife and I live at 189 Longmeadow. We're at the very base of the hill at the bottom left corner here of this property. This is a 3D rendering that we did showing a 3-dimensional representation of the development that's on the table. I admit the housing structures here aren't as architecturally pleasing as what you've seen from the developer, but they are site-wise, height-wise, and have the same footprint of what's from his plans. So to briefly go through these, that's one view. The second view from a different angle to give you a perspective as to how steep the hillside is and how those houses will overcast the overall development. What I used to develop this was his site, his Plan 1A1, which is the 2-access development with the 10 lots. So that's what we used it. This is the picture this morning from our backyard, viewing up the hill. This is the representation of what it'll look like after the development's done. It will greatly impact our view, our security, the noise. If you turn that view around and say, what's that first house from Lot 4 going to look at? That's the view into our backyard. Our house is the one located on the right. The Fordyce's one is located on the left. And the far left is one of the other development lots that's located directly behind the Fordyce house. This is going further up, viewing down towards our properties from Lot 5. So you can see how they will have direct views into our yards, into our windows, and how the lights from those properties will affect us. This is a view from the top of the hill, just to give you an idea as the perspective as to how visible we are. This is the same view looking from the Fordyce property, looking up towards the hillside. This was actually taken this afternoon. This is the view that they'll end up with after development. That house is very close to their backyard. And turning that around, looking from that house towards our house, this is the Fordyce house. My house is located on the right. They'll be looking right in our windows. We'll be looking up at the lights. And then this is just an exhibit from the developer that I use to generate the size and scope of the houses that are being placed on the hill. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions for Mr. Maliko. Ms. Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What assumptions and these aren't, oh, you have number 10. What assumptions did you make with regard to the new homes, with regard to their setbacks and their height, and where did you get the numbers for those assumptions?
If you look at page 3, which is the developer's site A1A, that's what I used to locate those houses on the site. And then from a question of the dimension of the houses, the last page of that exhibit is what we used from the developers saying how tall each house was going to be in the approximate footprint from the previous site location.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you. Next up, Craig Fordyce, and then Jenny Fordyce, and then Mark Myrand.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for having us here. So, few quick notes. Currently, it's zoned resource conservation. It's a Williamston Act for over 40 years, and the GP is agriculture. So, I keep sitting with, why would we modify this? I mean, everything is like, here's all these plans on this development. This is how we can mitigate. Oh, we'll take a house away. Well, that doesn't mitigate. And it's never been that way. The developer owner has had the luxury of the Williamson Act, tax benefit for 40 years till today, and I just don't get it. So a couple other things on the pollution. I mean, when you saw Mr. Maliko's imagery here, can you imagine the pollution from the light and the noise, the view corridors, the air quality? I mean, this is crazy in my mind. The disruption to the natural habitat, the tree removal. I mean, you're just harvesting all this land that's not even zoned residential. The access, there's no roads. There's no roads into this property right now. So they can take a house away and create a road. So is that what we're going to now approve in town of Los Gatos on Williamson Act land? There's very few pieces that are in this town of Los Gatos. The exceptions, why would you give an exception on this? If you were to approve it all, give no exceptions. I mean, make them live within the land. I just don't get the cut and fill and the Riparian Act and all the trees. It's just crazy to me. My wife and I went to the town when we bought our house, and we were going to make a financial commitment to redo the house. The town said, this will never be This will never in your lifetime be developed. So we made a significant financial commitment, multi-million dollars, to redo our house and live there with our family for till now. And now we've been living with this potential disruption, and it's just, it's a violation of the land use, it's a violation of what we were told, and we're not in support of it, as you can tell. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, Jenny Fordyce.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Los Gatos Town Council. My name is Jenny Fordyce, and I grew up with my parents and 4 younger siblings at the base of the beautiful hillside at 191 Longmeadow. And I recently just moved back to live with my family while attending graduate school. I wanted to speak on my concern about the proposed development. I can't even begin to tell you guys how much I cherish the lovely hill behind our home. There are so many reasons why developing the land behind our neighborhood would be detrimental to our quaint, lovely town of Los Gatos. A few of those reasons are loss of the very present wildlife and vegetation that currently live in the preserved area of the hill. Every night when we are eating dinner, we see deer roaming on the hill, birds chirping in the trees, turkeys behind our house. The years of construction and all the negative effects to the neighbors around, including but not limited to erosion, drainage problems, water runoff, dust, exhaust, traffic, and noise. The insurmountable amount of traffic that we would have to go through our small neighborhood, not to mention the building of the roads, which would go through our current cul-de-sac neighborhood. Los Gatos already has major traffic issues, and this would only make it much worse. Losing the enjoyment of our peaceful backyard, where my family and friends spend many days and nights, along with the loss of our privacy. Lastly, most importantly, the property is zoned as resource conservation space, and changing that would leave little conserved space in Los Gatos. All of the developments that have been put up already have made our small town much less charming, adding seriously heavy traffic, making it nearly impossible to drive down to the high school at peak hours. The development of the lands would be detrimental to our traditional neighborhood, one that values raising families, pets, and a quiet home environment. I urge you to please consider the safety and preservation of our neighborhood before making any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. I don't see any. Thank you very much. So next up, I have Mark, I guess it's Myrano, and then Jack Fordyce, and then Jill Fordyce. And you can feel free to correct my pronunciation.
Don't know you're Italian?
I should.
You should. Thank you, Mayor, and council members, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mark Murano, and I reside at 173 Maricopa Lane, which we lovingly refer to as the Lower Manor. And I've known the owners of 191 Longmeadow, which abuts at the end of the cul-de-sac up to the project that is being contemplated, for over 35 years now. And I was there when they were looking at homes to buy, and they really found one that they fell in love with. And they purchased this house a number of years ago. And one of the significant factors was the unobstructed views in the backyard. And those unobstructed views were protected at the time, which they thought, and they still think today, because it was zoned RC, which is resource conservation. It's my understanding that for the land being held under the status that it is, that the owners receive substantial tax benefits over a number of years, and the land was included in the Williamson Act. And from my limited knowledge from the briefing that I read, it's also my understanding that this parcel can be extricated from the Williamson Act for emergency reasons. I don't believe that this project in Los Gatos rises to the level of an emergency. The motive here is purely financial. It's not really a need of the city, and it's being done at the expense of the surrounding neighbors that are going to have to endure 7 10, even more years of construction, and not to mention the toll that it's going to play on the environment. I would urge the council to think twice about approving such a measure. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Next up is Jack Fordyce.
Good evening. My name is Jack Fordyce, and I too grew up living at 191 Longmeadow Drive. Surrey Farms, to me and to everyone in my neighborhood, is a perfect example of the unique, beautiful aspect of Los Gatos, a rare and unique quality specific to our town. A dear part of growing up here for me and my family was the beautiful hillside, as they all described, just beyond our backyard. It was and is common to still see deer roaming around the hill and birds chirping from the trees, which are scattered throughout the hillside. Speaking on the species specifically, I believe the proposed development is a huge detriment and in fact very dangerous for all wildlife that have always known Surrey Farms as home. When it comes to safety, the aspect of having constant construction on the hill does not bode well for my neighbors and my family. The possibility of erosion, poor drainage, and flooding is very threatening, to say the least. Because of all the development that Los Gatos has gone through recently, in my honest opinion, Los Gatos has lost some of its natural small town feel that so many grew up loving. Beyond losing some of its beauty, it is common knowledge to anyone living here that the traffic has cluttered up the town beyond reconciliation. I can't imagine why anyone would want to make this worse. Lastly, the history of the neighborhood indicates that the land was intended to remain as resource conservation space, and it should be kept that way. As a town council making the decisions for the residents of Los Gatos, I urge you to consider our thoughts and opinions. This is a huge deal, and in the long haul, will affect our town and neighborhood exponentially.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. So next up, we have Jill Fordyce.
Good evening. I'm Jill Fordyce. I live at 191 Longmeadow Drive with my husband and 5 children. Thank you for taking the time to read our comments and listen to us tonight. We've lived on Longmeadow since 1999. When we purchased our home, the primary features were the quiet, family-friendly neighborhood and the rural setting backing up to land that is zoned as resource conservation space. I would like to say we're grateful that both the town and the Dodge family have kept this land preserved in its natural state for so many years. It has been a beautiful place to raise our family. I'd like to focus tonight on the fundamental question of whether this rural hillside is really the place for a housing development. Before even one house is constructed, putting in the roads will require intense degradation of the land, an invasion of the riparian corridor in violation of our general plan and our hillside standards. The applicant is asking for exceptions to both cut and fill requirements and the riparian setback. The grading requirements exist to protect the integrity of the land. The riparian setback requirements exist to protect both the waters and the amphibians that rely on the waters. In order to build on this hillside, a huge drainage pond will need to be constructed right behind our house and the Malekos house and adjacent to Hillbrook. Retaining walls will need to be built. Protected trees will need to be removed, a half-acre of ancient oak forest. Extensive mitigation efforts to protect species there will also be required, although none of those measures will compensate for the permanent loss of their habitat. 81% of the land is being developed. It will transform a rural hillside to 81% filled with homes and roads and infrastructure. How can this be what our town envisions to maintain our rural character and preserve both environmental resources and our existing neighborhoods? The land is protected by both the town and the Williamson Act, by the zoning and the general plan. The stated objective of the Williamson Act is entered into 1975 is to preserve the rural quality of the land, recognizing that the preservation of open space and land of rural character holds significant value. In order to develop the land, the applicant is asking the town to take the unusual step of canceling the contract. I am aware of only one circumstance where the town has done this. It's appropriate to wait for non-renewal. It's not appropriate to cancel this, in my opinion. The town has zoned this land, the town selected the zoning as resource conservation space. And in order to develop it, the town is required to make an affirmative declaration that rezoning this rural hillside for the construction of 9 or 10 homes is a better use of the land than the current zoning. As far as consistency with the general plan, I would require so much more time. But just please note that it must not only be consistent with the general plan, it must further the goals and elements of the general plan and meet the intents of its policies, which are preservation and sustainability.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up is Dave Green, I'm going to say Greenfeld, and then Bob Steinbach, and then Kathleen LeClaire.
Good evening, thanks. I'm Dave Greenfield. I live at 140 Longmeadow Drive. And I've listened to the earlier program on the Ditto's Lane project, and I found a couple things interesting. I heard that there were big issues about 60 trees getting cut down and access to emergency vehicles. The number I heard on this project is over 100 trees getting cut down. And it just seems like a very significant change to the character of the neighborhood and the hillside. So I just have two main points to bring up. The first is that it's zoned for conservation easement, and I request that it stay in conservation easement until 2025 when it naturally will come out. And the second thing I want to point out is that it's one of the few open hills left in the city. Once that hill's gone, it ain't coming back. We have an opportunity to protect it, and I think we should take advantage of that opportunity because I think the importance of our nature in our community is really important. Thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any questions. Next up, Bob Steinbach.
Hi, my name is Bob Steinbach. I live at 126 Twin Oaks Drive. And in addition to all my neighbors who will come up and talk about a number of aesthetic issues and talk about the character of our small part of Los Gatos, in reference to a few of the items that are in the EIR, I would look to challenge the peak trip hours that it dictates. I believe it's something, I'll say it's 9 and 10. If you're building 10 homes that would that are 6,000 square feet, I would believe that those trip hours would be decidedly higher. As a point of order, at least in my agenda, there is no approval for a 9-home development. It says a 10-home development. Within the hillside specific plan, there are certain guidelines. Specifically, it has to do with 3.0, which discusses circulation. And that in particular, sorry, I was looking this up earlier, that the roadways should be public as opposed to private, as dictated in Section 2A, and it states an adequate system of publicly owned and maintained roads, and the best means providing adequate access to the properties. And specifically, the access by private road should not be allowed unless fundamental for special approval design concept and unless full provisions for construction and maintenance of the private road system have been approved and unless it is consistent with the neighborhood circulation. None of those things have occurred. The policy LU 1.3 dictates to preserve existing trees, natural vegetation, natural topography, riparian corridors, wildlife habitats, promote high quality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. None of these things is occurring. It's all being done through mitigation. And finally, with policy LU 7.3, infill projects shall contribute to the further development of the surrounding neighborhood, e.g. improve circulation, refer to my previous comment on 3.302A, contribute or to provide neighborhood unity, eliminated a blighted area, which this is not, and shall not detract from the existing quality of life.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, I have Kathleen LeClaire and then Cindy Shanker.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen LeClaire. I live at 110 Blueberry Hill Drive. And my neighbors have very eloquently talked about the legal and the environmental ramifications, but I'm going to talk to you as a mom who purchased a piece of property in a neighborhood that had one entrance point so that my children could grow up in a neighborhood like I did, where we could ride our bikes in a street and know our neighbors and be part of a community. And every kid who lives in our neighborhood, we all have the same rule. You can't go past the big white gates. And we are a family. And I feel like this is gonna ruin our neighborhood for every child who lives there right now. And there's over 100 kids on Long Meadow right now. And imagine those streets with big, huge trucks going up and down and up and down. And when we purchased, just like the Fordyces said, when we purchased our land, we didn't have anything specially invested because the greenbelt is not right behind our house. But we were very concerned about what would happen to the neighborhood going forward, and we asked those same questions. Is that going to ever be developed? And we were told by the town it will never be developed. And so I just want you to, when we're thinking about everything, to think about all the kids who live there now and what this means for them and their childhoods and the choices we've made, intentional choices we've made to live in Surrey Farm. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, next up, Cindy Shanker. And after Cindy is Ann Hoseen and Mark Werner.
Hello, my name's Cindy Shanker. I live at 15949 Cerro Vista Court. First of all, I want to thank you for all the effort that I know you've had to go through to review all the mountains of documents and letters that we submitted. I'll try not to go over things that I tried to cover in my written communications, but I do want to, stress the concerns of the Cerro Vista neighborhood over the number of lots that have been assigned to our street. I think 4 additional homes on a court of 5 houses is excessive. All of the hillside lots are to be accessed from Cerro Vista Court because we're up at the top of the hill. And I think that it's a problem to have so many hillside, 4 of the 9 lots are hillside lots. I think that that's probably not the best mix of using the land. I would like to speak in favor of the Planning Commission's recommendations, specifically removing lots 6 and 7. Those are lots that would be accessed from Cerro Vista Court, and they were pretty specific about mentioning those. And I also want to comment on how it seems like so many comments of the developer are like ignore our existence, except when he's talking about how he wants to put the road through there. The thing that I guess really got me, and I just have to bring it up again, because in the supplemental letter of justification that he submitted, it says, the alternate plan, which is Cerro Vista access, reduces traffic using Twin Oaks and Longmeadow by 40%. Well, that's true, except that 100% of the 40% is now going to our little neighborhood. And I think that that type of statement and that type of attitude is often evidenced, which I think is inappropriate. And I hope that you will consider trying to help us keep our neighborhood what it has been. It has a different look than the Twin Oaks neighborhood. It's more hilly looking, the lots are much bigger, it's much more wooded, and I think those things are all important considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, next up, Ann Hoseen, and you may need to correct my pronunciation.
Hi, it's Ann Hossein, but that was pretty close. I'm a neighbor of Cindy's at 15959 Cerro Vista Court, and the perspective that Cindy has is mine as well. But what I really want to implore the commission is to not rescind the Williamson Act. When I look at what the town needs, it's to keep the same atmosphere it was when we bought the house in 2010. And I think that a number of people already spoke about what we need to have in this town to keep it a town feel. So I would like to implore you not to rescind the Williamson Act until it expires in 2025, to preserve the open space, the wildlife, and the historic oaks that are there. If, in the unfortunate situation you decide to revoke the Williamson Act, then I agree wholeheartedly with the Planning Commission's recommendation to build the two access plot, but not to build on lots 6 and 7. Those two have over 30% grade, and those two lots would definitely affect our neighborhood. Again, it is putting the 4 new homes on our small neighborhood of 5 homes. So that almost doubles the size of our neighborhood, which would increase a lot of traffic. It would end up just completely changing the dynamic of our neighborhood. So I would definitely implore you to only approve 2 homes off of our court. I think that's all I have to say, because I don't want to repeat what everyone else says.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. Next up, Mark Weiner.
Thank you. It's actually
Weiner? Okay. Well, I'll continue it for you.
I'm shocked. Thank you. So I appreciate your time, council members. I'm going to try and keep this short given the time of day, and probably all of us are tired. So my comments are not scripted. I just want to share 3 observations that I have personally on this development. I've seen it from the beginning. My first is as a member of the General Plan Committee, I think from 97, if this time of night shows, to 2005, involved with the Hillside Plan and some of the updates to that with the 2000 update of that. And I don't see any of us would have seen this was the vision of the updates to the Hillside part of the General Plan at that point. In preserving the hillside with the density, I know the updates we did, that this certainly didn't seem the intention of that as we did that and moved it through. The second comment, and that's I think what the some of the project developer here was sharing with us earlier, that it was not perhaps Mr. Dodge's intention in 1959 to carry this on. You know, it was 10 years at that point, he said, before it became rolling. I guess I didn't quite understand that. I don't certainly understand as well as the current property owner what the intentions of Mr. Dodge were as well. But having been in the neighborhood 20 years, having walked the property with him, and the fact that he preserved that for 40 more years after it would have expired 10 years in, from 59 to probably roughly 2009, that wasn't the intention until, sadly, Mr. Dodge isn't with us. That was maintained. I'm not quite sure how that wasn't or wasn't the intention if it lasted for half a century. The third one, observation, that's more recent, you know it better than I do, is, I forget the address, but the property where Artisan Wine Depot is, right there, Shannon, obviously, in Los Gatos Boulevard. That, I know there was a lot of rigorous debate. You were obviously deeply involved in it. And that was chosen not to be rezoned, if I believe, from commercial, forget the zoning, but from commercial to residential, given a lot of resident and a lot of pushback. If that wasn't done and moved, and that's a much more recent property as it was, why would something that's 50 years in the Williamson Act, therefore should be rolled by, that's obviously got a lot more impact in that smaller square footage and footprint? So those are just a few observations I have from, again, my time being a bit involved, as well as seeing things and hearing tonight. I respect private property as a longtime entrepreneur and investor myself in real estate, but I think, and I would ask, there's got to be more appropriate uses for the hillside based in general plan and the neighborhood and what you've heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. So the next one, I'm not sure that I can read all the letters, but I think it's George Montanum? Montanari, okay, there's an ISO, yeah. We need a little humor at this time of night. Keep us up.
Yeah, I am tired, a little punch drunk here. So, but 2 things. The homeowner has the absolute right to cancel their Williamson Act. So if that's their choice, let them do that. You're under no obligation to facilitate that. You're under no obligation to make it faster, easier, or quicker. If they choose to cancel the Williamson Act, that's up to them. In 2025, their tax bases may change, things may change then, but that's their choice. You're under no obligation to facilitate that. Secondly, you zoned the property RC. I didn't zone it. The town of Los Gatos zoned it. You are the representatives of the town of Los Gatos. Let me tell you what the RC zoning says. I know you guys know this, but let me say it again. Resource Conservation Zone is intended to enhance the quality of life in the town of Los Gatos. RC Zone provides a means to protect open space, special landforms, scenic areas, watershed, wildlife, and vegetation. The RC Zone also restricts access to and within designated areas to restrict the intensity of development, limits residential density, reduce fire hazards, and provides the open space in the form of parks, playgrounds, and other facilities. This is your website. This is what it says RC zoning is. Keep it. It's zoned that way. We bought it that way. We live that way. And now you're going to change the zoning? Not sure why. Thank you.
Thank you. Another one I may have trouble with. So the last card I have, so if anybody else wants to speak, get one in. It's Chris Bajorer.
Chris Bajorek.
Bajorek. Okay, I don't see any C's or K's in there. Maybe that's a K. Okay.
I'm known for terrible writing.
Well, I can't criticize these. So.
I also support letting the Williamson Act expire its natural course. I don't think you need to cancel it or subscribe to canceling it right now. But what really amazed me about the plans that have been submitted to date, and I make this comment in the event you should ever consider developing this property after the Williamson Act expires, is that it did not present a plan that would comply with all towns' regulations, without exceptions, and without the incredible number of mitigating factors that had to be invoked in order to do the development that we have seen here. I don't know if you read the headlines in today's paper, but there's been in the New York Times a review article on a major explosion of diseases transmitted by mosquitoes, ticks, and fleas. And mosquitoes are in particular responsible for the transmission of Zika and West Nile virus illnesses. I don't understand how anybody in today's environment would propose making ponds at the base of this hill, given the risk to the homeowners that live in that area to exposure to mosquitoes. I know the engineers have designed these ponds with lots of bells and whistles and pumps and drains that are supposed to be run by a homeowners association of 8 to 9, maybe 10 homeowners. I think the combination of having ponds in today's environment and the risk that they bring to the health of the community and the idea of having a homeowners association run a complex system of drainage ponds is insane. So I recommend that you send this whole plan back. If you should consider developing this land, they should send it back to the applicant and the Community Development Department, the Planning Commission, and request that they create a plan that shows what's the number of homes and how they could be arranged such that you don't have to build these ponds and such that you don't have to give exceptions and mitigating factors, the number of exceptions to mitigating factors that have proposed so far.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. I have no more cards. Would anybody else wish to address us? Seeing nobody coming forward, I will call the applicant back up for 5 minutes rebuttal and closing statement, and then questions from council, possibly.
Okay, the reason for the retention basins that have been referred to as ponds, they're not for holding water. They are designed to empty in 72 hours after a storm. They're also required when you disturb an acre of property. It's something that is required under the law at this time. So there is a retention basin here. That retention basin in the lower corner is gravity operated completely. There's no pumps associated with that in any way. And there was, at the time that we first presented this to the homeowners, our neighbors, there was concern that in the event of an earthquake, that if the pond or the basin had water in it at that particular time, that there was a potential for it maybe to overspill if there was an earthquake occurred at the same time. So what we did is we raised the total height of it by an additional 12 inches, and then we also, as a safety factor, installed a concrete swale along these two properties right here in the event that it did spill over, that we can collect that, because this corner of the property right here is where the storm drain system is. There's a large concrete culvert, and all of the water does drain into that location. That's the low end of the property. The second detention basin is right in this area right in here, and this area, there's a 100-foot wide there's a 100-foot wide flood zone plain that's in this vicinity right here. And so there is a pump associated with that unit there because the flood zone is lower at that point. And in order to get it into the pond, there needs to be some help via the mechanical system. So second, the comment was made about the 13 foot of cut and fill. That 13 foot of cut and fill is associated with the roadway that crosses the riparian corridor for the 10-lot subdivision. And that's why the 9-lot subdivision that we're proposing that uses the 2-access does not have the crossing in the swale, and it also saves many more trees, as well as it does not disturb and require that type of cut and fill of 13 feet at that point. There is no cut and fill that's required for that roadway crossing. I want to state that 32% of the 17.5 acres is in permanent open space, and that is the plan, and it runs all the way from this point all the way up to the top of the hill and includes all of this knoll at this point here. We're asking for fair usage of this property. We believe that the change in zoning will make for permanent open space, which is now a zoning matter rather than a permanent deeded restricted property. Yes. Okay. Also, there was discussion about construction traffic on Longmeadow to build these homes. There is construction that's taking place on Longmeadow at this time. There are a lot of remodels that are going in, some of them more substantial than others, major remodels, and there is construction traffic, and it seems to be working fine at this particular time. So I submit to you that these additional homes will not significantly modify that. And I believe... Okay. Originally, the RC zoning was told to the Dodge family by the town when it was zoned RC. They were told that there was no other place to put a Williamson Act properties but in the RC zone, and it was to be a holding zone for all of the Williamson Act properties. And so the town universally, all of the Williamson Act properties that were in town were zoned RC at that particular time. And we've spoken with planning that was that were people who worked in planning at that time. So that's the history that they were dealt with. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Jolie Houston on behalf of the applicants and, from Berliner Cohen. I know he's addressed the ponds. They're not ponds, they're basins. The Williamson Act, the RC zoning, before the RC zoning was in place for the Williamson Act, this property was residential, which was consistent with the surrounding properties. And it was not ag and it wasn't RC. It's going back to residential that it was intended for at the very beginning. I can answer questions.
Thank you. Anybody have questions for the applicant? Councilmember Sack.
One very basic question, and you started alluding to it. I think there were couple questions made during public comment of what is the reason to change it from RC to residential? And I believe you were alluding to it, saying that it was prior.
It was prior residential.
You could just finish that thought.
It was, at the beginning, it was residential, it's in the letter. It was designated residential, 0 to 2 dwelling units per acre, in the general plan as well. And now the property is surrounded by properties that are R1, R10, R12. So actually rezoning it to hillside residential would make it more consistent with the surrounding properties. And I know there's been a lot of statements about that this RC zone is some sort of open space or some sort of conservation easement. That's not what it is. It's a Williamson Act contract. It's not an open space easement. So, and again, it was designated residential. It was changed when it became Williamson Act to RC, and the general plan was changed to ag, and it's not an open space ag designation as well.
Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I will close the verbal testimony at this point. And so I don't forget, I would like to ask council members to do disclosures at this point. I'll go ahead and start, give you a second to think about it. So I did meet with the applicant briefly. I've met with neighbors in a group on Sarah Vista. I met with neighbors on Long Meadow. And I guess kind of serendipitously, I talked to some of the Hillbrook board members while I was preparing to run the Great Race. Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Start out with, I met with the developer team. I met with Sarah Vista neighbors. I met with Longacre neighbors. And in none of those meetings or conversations did I hear anything that I haven't learned many times over in the emails and testimony that we received tonight.
Councilmember Sack?
Similar disclosures during the course of this application. I've met with the applicant, neighbors on Sarah Vista, neighbors on Long Meadow, and just have seen different iterations from general plan as well as through planning commission.
And I guess I should add on to mine that I did not get any information that hasn't already been included in emails or through the application. Councilmember Spector?
And I guess I should have added that I have visited the property, both from Long Meadow and from, was it Sarah Vista?
Sarah Vista.
And this time, and also probably a couple years back when it was before the CDAC and the General Plan Committee.
Okay. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I visited the Sarah Vista neighborhood group as well as the Long Meadow neighborhood group.
Councilmember Jensen.
I met with the applicant, met with a group of residents in the Surrey Farm, Long Meadow, Twin Oaks area, met with residents of the Sarah Vista Court area, visited the property both from the Sarah Vista perspective and the Long Meadow, Twin Oaks perspective, and actually was in the Fordyce home in connection with our deliberations on Hillbrook School. So I've seen it from that perspective, and also saw various iterations of the plan as a member of the General Plan Committee. And I haven't learned anything in any of those contexts that is new or different than tonight.
Okay, thank you. So that's disclosures. Next, questions of staff from council members. Councilmember Jensen.
I have a series of procedural questions and then a different question, if I might.
Go ahead.
So from staff, I just want to understand clearly our decisional tree. So if number one, this comes before us at the request of the property owner to take it out of the Williamson Act, correct?
Correct.
And we need not do anything with respect to that. We can simply say, you have filed a notice of non-renewal. The law then would say that in 2025, that act will be you're out of the Williamson Act, it's canceled without any further action on the part of this body, correct?
So,
It is
yes,
correct, but-
so once the withdrawal has been filed, and in 2025, if that withdrawal is still in place, then it would no longer be under the Williamson Act, and the contract is canceled.
Right.
This body at that point in time, or sometime in that future, would have to redesignate this property, because our RC zone specifically says it's only for property within the Williamson Act, and also because it also says it's supposed to be more than 28 acres. So saying that you wouldn't have to take any future action, at some point in time, you would have to redesignate this property.
Okay, but we could choose tonight to do nothing, and then
Well, you're-
whoever is a member of the council in 2025 or owning that property in 2025 would then be required presumably to take some sort of action. Now, in theory, the general plan could be changed and the RC zone could be changed, but the cancellation of the act does not require an action by this body.
It requires you to.
Right now.
It requires you, if you're not going to, because they have
Say no.
requested, yes, and make findings based on why you are denying that request.
Okay, under the Williamson Act that we have in our
Yes.
materials, okay. But we have if we can make those findings, then we need not cancel it. But what I'm confused by, and I saw some confusion down here, is what I understand is if I am in the Williamson Act contract on either side, the town or the property owner, I have the option at the renewal period to file a notice of non-renewal, which the property owner in this case did. I thought that I understood that if nothing else happened, the contract would be canceled by law in 2025.
It'll expire.
So, my question then is, isn't it the case that this council could fold its arms and say, fine, we'll let it not renew in 2025? Just hypothetically, could we just say,
So we don't have the option to say it cannot expire in 2025. That's up to
Correct.
that's up to the property owner. So the first of that decision tree, your first one is just what I think you're getting at, is they have requested a cancellation of the Williamson Act earlier than the 2025 date. So you do have to respond by that, by either granting that request and making the findings under the government code, or denying that request for the cancellation.
okay.
And then if you deny the request for that cancellation, then it would expire in 2025 on its own terms.
Okay, but we cannot do nothing,
Right.
is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's imagine that the council makes the findings to deny, then all that happens is we wait till 2025 and the contract expires. Next hypothetical, next step in the decision tree, we make the findings, we grant the cancellation request. Now, the question is whether this council rezones, correct?
Correct.
The council, within its discretion, can choose not to rezone, correct?
No, you're going to have to at some point in time, because with the cancellation, you no longer have a Williamson contract, and our code says under RC is designated only for property within the Williamson Act. So if you cancel the Williamson Act, you're going to have to rezone this property to some other designation.
Okay, but I could rezone it R18, I could rezone it R120, I could rezone it HR1, I could rezone it HR20.
Yes.
As a matter of
you-
discretion.
You
as
have
the
discretion.
council.
You have discretion, but I think as Community Development Director mentioned, there could be an argument of spot zoning with that new designation, and we just go through that. And that's what council wants to do, is designate it other than what's proposed by the applicant. We'd have to go through that analysis and provide you with more detail of what those options are without running into a legal challenge.
Okay. If the council then determines to rezone it, then the question is, what zone do we do? And then the question is, what is the plan development overlay, given that they are requesting more than 5 lots, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If the council were to determine, for example, that it wants 3 lots, is there or is there not a plan development overlay?
The plan development overlay in this case was required because it is currently part of the code that in the hillside, development of 5 or more lots requires that. However, there is also the fact that the proposed roadway does not meet the 40-foot right-of-way standard that's required of roads. And so because it is less than that, it still would require a plan development overlay.
Okay, well, that's an entire set of different questions. Is that if you have 3 lots, how big a road do you need? But leaving that aside, it's PD because of the request for 5 lots, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If we get to PD, then given that the town is creating an ordinance, and as I asked earlier, it's putting in objective standards or creating standards, the town could require, for example, an open space designation. It could require a certain amount of lots. It could require a configuration, whatever that may be, correct?
There are a lot of options that could be included in part of that PD ordinance, yes.
So as a way of saying that the town need not, or the council need not accept the proposal that's in front of it tonight. It can determine for whatever reason, based upon the record or findings that we make, that there should be a different set of circumstances than is presented to us by the applicant.
The council motion could include additional restrictions or specifications, yes.
Okay. So thank you for that. And then I wanted to, on a totally different tack, I did ask Mr. Paulson earlier today, and I wanted to put it on the record. A billion years ago, when I was on the Planning Commission the first time, there was a piece of property in Los Gatos, and I'm going to look to Mr. Paulson because I got him to confirm basically that my recollection was correct. In the Williamson Act, at the intersection of Blossom Hill Road and Union Avenue. So if you come up Union Avenue and you tee at Blossom Hill, you will now see a housing development across on Blossom Hill. That property was in the Williamson Act and was a resource conservation property owned by the University of California. And over a number of years, the town and the Planning Commission worked on that property with the developer and put in a number of requirements and negotiated a number of requirements over a number of years, which included preserving the entire ridgeline that you now see if you go along Blossom Hill, because the property went all the way up to the ridgeline, and keeping the houses that were developed down on the bottom of the property. Those houses that did go up the hill were, and Mr. Paulson couldn't find the records, but I know we did this, were less dense and a little bit bigger in size so that the development could proceed in a way that made sense on that property. But I'm going through this recitation to let the public and the council know that we've done this process before. It was a long process with negotiations and hikes up to the top of the hill with seeing turkeys. There are now is public access and trails up on top of there. So I recite this to put in the record for institutional memory for those of you that weren't around when that was going on. But it has happened in the town, and it was a product of a lot of work and negotiations. So my point being that I'm trying to get the town to confirm, or whoever to confirm, that the council has a lot of discretion in figuring out how to take properties out of the Williamson Act and then what to do once that property is out of the Williamson Act.
I would just confirm that, Community Development Director Paulson.
Let me ask a quick question just on the decision tree. I think that we can start at a couple places on the decision tree, and let me know if this is true. If somebody on the council decided there's something wrong with the EIR, we could start there and make a decision that we can't certify the EIR, and then that would kill the project. It's kind of like what might not work, right? That could be our first decision point, or our first decision point could be we can't make the findings to take it out of the Williamson's Act. or our first decision could be we don't want to rezone it from RC. Couldn't we start in any of those if one of the council members knew that that's the stumbling block, so we don't spend time getting through the other approvals to then get it killed?
Correct.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sort of the same question I have, only mine is more discreet, and it's probably for the town attorney. We have in attachment 12 required findings or proposed required findings for cancellation of the Williamson Act contract. And I understand that findings have to be made within that context. However, staff, I believe the attorney said that we have to make findings to deny a request for cancellation of the Williamson Act contract. And that actually doesn't make any sense to me, because if somebody says we want to change it and you just say no, why would we have to make findings to deny the request?
Well, any decision that you make should always be supported by findings, substantial evidence test. You want to do that to preserve the record and show, in case this is appealed to a court of law, the reasoning why you did cancel it. Those findings can be easily made just by stating that at this point in time it's designated an RC and you don't want to change that and want to wait till the contract runs out. That's well enough findings, but something has to be put on the record as to why you're making that decision. As is to any decision you make, should be supported by findings.
Thank you.
That is based on substantial evidence.
Let me ask a quick one before going on. Could you explain to us the Williamson Act? Because I know there was some comments by the public, and I believe that the findings have changed. If the Williamson Act was still in the renewal mode, there wasn't an application to not renew it, our findings would then be more difficult because we effectively would be wanting to take it out of the Williamson Act without the landowner asking us to, and so our findings, as was mentioned by one member of the public, would then have to be that we have a better use for the property. That would be the finding then, but since that we've now moved to the point where there's an application to take it out, the findings are different. So could you clarify the difference of those findings?
So yes, that you did summarize it pretty well in terms of there are two different sets of findings within the Williamson Act for the cancellation of a contract. One of those sets is if it's an active contract, no, there has not been a notice of non-renewal filed, and those are generally more difficult findings to make. In this case, where a notice of non-renewal has been filed, it is the set of findings that staff has included in the findings attachment to your staff report. And those are generally easier to be made, and the state has reviewed those and does find that the town could make those findings.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sack, you'd like to go to your question?
Yeah, so two questions. The first, are there, in this particular case, because we have a non-renewal, are there findings that we need to comply with to deny the cancellation? I see the required findings for cancellation, but are there separate findings to deny that? So that's the first question. And
So I believe what the town attorney has said is that you basically need to be able to say that we can't make those findings in the affirmative, saying that
we can't make those findings in the affirmative, meaning what is on attachment 12. So the inverse, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 findings if we were to agree for the cancellation. So
if you were to say that one of those findings cannot be made,
which is
then,
number 3.
Okay.
So number 3 is the one that's been suggested by the town attorney, and was actually an element of the state's comment that they would expect that the town would do the general plan amendment and the rezoning before or at the same time as the cancellation. So if those are not moving forward, then the state would then no longer find that those findings can be made.
Okay, and then the second question, you mentioned, this town attorney mentioned that all land that is zoned RC has to have a Williamson contract attached to it?
Yeah, that's correct. The person that no longer is in the audience that read the entire section of our RC code left out one little part, which says, which are under Williamson Act.
Okay.
So that RC designation is used for property that has been designated RC, so if it's no longer in the Williamson Act, you would have to go through a process of designated as any other land use designation, as Councilmember Jensen mentioned.
Okay, and then my third question, if I may, to Ms. Armour, a lot of conversation has been made about what town staff has said to either the property owners versus the applicant. In your research with the project file, have you found any documents for either scenario where neighbors have said, neighbors have looked into purchasing property adjacent, and whether there is any documentation that shows that there was going to be no development there, or the vice versa of a conversation of to the Dodge family that this is the most appropriate way to go because of X, Y, and Z?
We have not found any documentation of that sort.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I'm going to try a motion here at this late hour.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. That's all right with the mayor.
I'm sorry. It's beating a dead horse again. I just want to make sure. So when I asked my first decision tree, it was, oh, you have to make findings. I just want to make sure I understand. There's no statutory findings to deny. All we'd have to say is we want to keep it resource conservation, for example. Okay. And you're nodding, so for the record. And the next is to flip it on its head. You said, we have to change the zone if you don't cancel the contract, but if we don't cancel the contract, it's still in the Williamson Act, so it can still be RC because it's a Williamson Act property.
Until 2025, I thought I was
okay.
pretty clear on that.
That's just what I wanted to figure out.
But let me be clear on one of the findings that you have to make if you're going to cancel, and so you put that in the negative, is that you find that the cancellation is for an alternative use which is consistent with the applicable provisions of the city or county general plan. So if you are not making that change, it remains RC, and therefore it's not consistent with it. So you are making a finding that you're not agreeing to the cancellation because it's not consistent. As opposed to if you make those findings, you automatically do have to change the zoning because they are linked together.
Yes.
One can't go without the other.
Thank you.
So actually, if I could ask a couple more questions before we do a motion. I know it's getting late, but I'm dying to ask these questions, and maybe you might need help from the director. Sort of with the lead in today, I gave comments when Midpin was breaking ground on their Bear Creek Redwoods new projects with trails and so forth, and I talked about the history of Los Gatos and hills and how much hills in the mountains and the mountains mean to Los Gatos, and it's part of our identity, and we want to look up and see hills and so forth. So with that lead in, if I'm council, how do I protect the hillsides? What's the number one best way to keep a hillside looking like a hillside instead of a bunch of houses?
In general, I would recommend an open space easement or dedication or purchase of the property by somebody who's intending to keep it that way, so purchase by the town.
So so purchase is obvious. If we didn't purchase it, we'd have to get the owner to give us an open space easement. What if we didn't get that agreement? What would be our next way of trying to keep our hills from being completely full of houses?
When you purchase it, it's private property owned by someone. So
Couldn't we do something with zoning though?
And again, if you tried to zone this, let's say, what's the highest HR
20,
I believe.
and we don't have that anywhere else around that area, that could be seen as a taking because of the spot zoning in that issue. But again, we'd like to do a lot more research on that if you're trying. to do that, and that would be the future. That would be the 2025.
So what I'm really trying to get at is, you know, councils in the past, this ended up in the Williamson Act, but mostly because the owner asked for it. If the council was thinking, yes, we definitely want to preserve this hill looking like a hillside and not a subdivision, then we shouldn't have just done an RC. We should have asked for an open space easement. Is that correct?
That would have been one method to do it. I mean, the planned development overlay is an opportunity to preserve part of it as well, because it is going to be including an easement or dedication of that space so that it does stay as open space.
How you typically get open space is through a development agreement. They don't just step forward and someone dedicate, although sometimes there are people that will dedicate their land, but usually it happens during the development of a partial part of a property. Then you're able to obtain open space easements and that open space dedication forever on a piece of property. That's usually how it's done.
You know, and
and so back then, when it was a Williamson Act, it was done obviously to reduce your property taxes, and those will ratchet up. Every year it'll ratchet up now for this property owner. If you don't do the cancellation, it'll ratchet up until the 10-year period where it's at the normal rate. But under any Williamson Act, it wasn't meant that there wasn't any way for the property owner to get out of it if they wanted to.
Okay.
It was a way to help preserve property and agricultural use by giving them the tax break.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. My motion would be to choose the alternative on page 10 of the staff report, number 4, which is to deny the application based on significant public testimony about their desire to keep this property as part of the Williamson Act. That is the contract that they all signed up for when they bought their homes. And I think this can serve as constructive notice that possibly when this expires in 2025, there could be a new application in the future. But at this point in time, I think as a matter of fairness, that this council perhaps should look at keeping that Williamson Act in place as per the original Mr. Dodge's wishes and the promises that were made to the community and their expectations of what their property rights are at this time. I think there are a good many other reasons on this particular application that need a lot of work. I can pick one thing, like cutting down 100 trees, 70 of those protected. That in itself is several planning commission council hearings back and forth. But there's about 10 exceptions on this particular application. It was a very ambitious try. I'll call it a college try. But for me, this is a long way from anywhere. And it also is at a point where it's a decision that I think could be made at a later time with more public input, perhaps between now and 2025, with the community involved, with the community having their proper expectations, their proper notice, proper fairness for everybody. And essentially, we just don't have to do this at this time. So that's my motion, deny the application.
Did the attorney have a comment on that? Is an adequate motion?
No, as I understand the motion is you're not making the findings under Government Code 51282(3), which is that the cancellation is for an alternative use, which is inconsistent with the current RC zone, and that the town isn't willing to change that RC at this time and wants the Williamson Act contract to go through its period of time.
I'll accept that.
Do I have a second for the motion? Councilmember Spector.
I'm going to second the motion for the reasons stated by the town attorney, and just note that the weight of the evidence that we have received this evening and throughout the months, if not years, that we have been given provided with written documentation from the community as a whole, developer, the people who live here. The weight of that evidence does not support the cancellation of the Williamson Act, and also the cancellation of the Williamson Act is not consistent with our general plan.
Other comments? I guess I'll go ahead and make a few comments. I also, as you can tell from my questions, am trying to figure out how we keep our hills protected. At this point, this motion delays it for 7 years, and then it sounds like we have to remove the RC and come up with another zoning. And what I'm hearing is at that point, the best way to protect some of it is going to be a PD that has some open space. I think the applicant called it a deed restricted. We've talked about an open space easement. So at some point, we're going to end up, I don't see how we're going to end up with anything other than a PD with some number of houses and some protection of that. I think that's going to be a discussion in the future, what that looks like. It's not really my preference, but I that's where I see us going in the future. So I'll support delaying it for another 7 years, but I think that this question is going to be back, unfortunately. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The other opportunity that the delay, be it for 7 years or less, would be to allow this town, this staff, this council, to have a plan development that addresses the potential state issues of what I call by right, and so that any plan development ordinance can address all of the potential issues, which include, but are certainly not limited to, the impact of these homes on neighboring existing homes.
I don't know who had their hand up first. Councilmember Jensen.
I'm going to support the motion because I think that cancellation at this point would be inconsistent with our zoning. I couldn't make those findings. The other, I will amplify on Councilwoman Spector's comments that I don't see this as necessarily a delay for delay's sake. The council and the town are currently going to undertake an update of our general plan. We're having a general plan advisory committee. We're going through an entire update of all the elements of our plan, and we don't really know how that plan is going to look. And so by changing the general plan or changing zoning designations, or the mayor wants to know how to protect hillsides, it seems to me an ideal time for us to address questions just like this, particularly in light of the new state housing laws. And leaving that aside, my experience in the other Williamson Act property was it was something that evolved over a number of years with lots of negotiation, with lots of committees, with lots of input. It wasn't something that was presented that we were going to decide in a single night. And there is a lot of room to do something in 7 years that looks different than this. And that, for example, the Blossom Hill property preserved 80% as open space. This is 32%. And this is different. I'm just going to say those of you that talked about the North 40 and everything, and Alberto. Alberto's on the corner of Highway 9 and Highway 17. The North 40 is on the corner of 85, 17, and Los Gatos Boulevard. This is a little knoll that we've got in the middle of the town that is the type of hillside that we try to preserve and that we work to preserve. So it's a different situation. So I'm comfortable in supporting the motion.
Thank you. Well spoken. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
I would just like to add to Councilmember Jensen's comments, because I was going to echo the same thing. We have a general plan update coming 2020. Is that correct? We'll start it before then. So that might be an opportunity to make some changes on this. And then I thought, okay, perhaps the open space district would be interested in purchasing this property and perhaps putting that trail from Cerro Vista over to Brook Acres. Who knows what the future brings? But we buy time this evening, and more importantly than buying time, I think we could honor the neighbors' expectations and come up with a better long-term solution, which I think will work best for everybody.
Okay, I don't see any more comments. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Do we need anything else to wrap this up? I would just note for the neighbors that we will be starting to work on our general plan in probably the fall, I think. Is that correct? So I'm not sure which elements and what order we're going to work on, but they may want to keep that in mind. So with that, I will say we are adjourned.